Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Remix. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a reggae Christmas. I wanna wish you a reggae Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
The link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If you see Santa in the village, you will be
gilangit dan parai tau pas Gloria Astus gilangit dan parai tau pas Ekuluki kantani niha nagai gigi unestablo Gita Belen Ininyo na'y mafanyago Bilitan Gita Belen Ininyo na'y mafanyago Bilitan Gita Belen Ininyo na'y mafanyago Astus gilangit Gloria Astus gilangit Oh tahu Israel siha basta menangis Samotus tai Mesias pagunahani Samotus tai Mesias pagunahani Samotus tai Mesias pagunahani Usijata adora irai manrai siha Tatuna janta onra ilahin magahe Tatuna janta onra ilahin Zeus magahe Tatuna janta onra ilahin Zeus magahe Astus gilangit Gloria Astus
Così uli di sombranzelten meg e zu te saluda antes Dio hum niga Radzauzen malakes fredzas durante in todo il memu a nogi distanza kumukupugi palu Zangiman malak kwafi I con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Christmas in the village. You hear the children sing. They play their Christmas programs and decorate the trees. They sit around and listen to Grandpa's Christmas stories. It's jungle bells and coconut shells. Santa's on his way. It's jungle bells and coconut shells. Santa's on his way. Here we go. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good as gold money, the old tomorrow way. Fine and good as gold money, the old tomorrow. We'll do it one more time. Whoa. Let's get the audience. Kid, would you like to get the audience to sing Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching with us? Yeah, that would be fun. Can you do it and help us out? Tell them, okay? Say, come on, all right? Hey, there you go. It goes like this. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow. All right, just the audience now. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Just this side, all right? Ready, go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ching-a-ling. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Hey, very good. Give them a nice warm hand. Yeah. All right, this side. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Again. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Now this side. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow. Everybody now, okay? Fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow. Everybody now. Yeah. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Come on. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Hey, kids, do you know the song Jungle Bells, Coconut Shells? Okay? Okay, let's do that. Pat, do you know that song? All right, come on in, let's go. All right, now don't forget, I know you guys know that too. Okay? Way out here in Guam, there's no hope for snow. Beneath the lovely palms, a typhoon sure could blow. Santa surely knows what the tropics will allow. Instead of using 8 reindeer, he'll use a carabao. Whoa! Jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse truck today. Hey! Jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse. Yeah, well, I know it's December. It feels just like July. The Christmas spirit's in the air 'cause everyone is wearing a lei. But when the tropic sun lights up all the Christmas trees, you can bet it's in the air 'cause Christmas time is here. Yeah, jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse today. Hey, jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a carabao truck today. Hey, thank you guys. Oh, you were great. Shall we ask them to sing along with us? Since it's going to be on TV, and they might as well see themselves singing it. Okay, everybody now, you know that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Jungle bells, coconut shells, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a wire rock boat today. Jungle myself, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a caravan today. Thank you. Give yourselves a nice warm hand. Thank you. Woo! All right, here we go. Let's end it up here now. 1, 2, 3, say ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good as gold money, the old Chamorro way. Well, it's fine and good as gold money, the old Chamorro way. It's jungle bells and coconut shell, Santa's on his way.
Good morning, Guam. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. 625 right here on the link on this eve of Christmas Eve. Jason, good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
And right off the bat, we do have some breaking news for you guys here. There's been an accident. I think it's a auto pedestrian accident right around the Wendy's over here by Micronesia Mall. So there is a road closure affecting traffic on this Thursday morning. Route 1 Upper Tumon, all 3 lanes, American Medical Clinic towards the Route 16 intersection here have been closed off because of this auto pedestrian accident on Route 1. Wendy's Upper Tumon occurred 4:23 this morning. Units arrived on scene at 4:30. Medic transported a patient, adult female, to GRMC at 4:36 with CPR in progress. So right off the bat, that's breaking news for you guys if you're coming across that traffic this morning.
And that's a very, very highly traffic place. Fortunately, like this, it should be like a little bit less as far as the intensity of the traffic because, like the schools are out. St. John's is over there. People making their way southbound to JFK or up to Ukadu, any of the schools up here. But remember, there are a lot of military folks that make their way from Tumon going up to base to start their day of duty and everything like that. So please be careful.
Right. So I would just maybe go through the airport.
Yeah, you can go through the airport. Hamburger Road, probably not the best because everybody says like that's like their first option, and even on a good day, Hamburger Road gets
sometimes
really
gets a little backed up.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on this morning, guys. If you're being routed around, that's why it's 6:27. We'll do all our good mornings. Let's just go ahead and get right into the news, Jay, shall we? On this eve of Christmas Eve here, it's Thursday, December 23rd, 2021. This is the link. My name's Chris. We got Joe Sir on the ones and twos. And Jason Salas standing by with our first look at news right off the bat this morning at 6:27. It's brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM news team in for Sabrina Salas and Matt Tonani. Good morning, Jason Salas.
All right, good morning. And we want to get you up to speed on what happened with that peaceful protest down on the grass of Adelup yesterday, as they have been asking for years, and now they're not asking, they're telling, they're demanding, they're expecting results. Then they're telling your elected officials they want the Red Hill facility to be shut down. Local activist group Putehi Liteksan, the Save Ritidian organization, held a peaceful protest at the governor's complex yesterday in response to the ongoing water crisis in Hawaii. Here's more.
They've been asking for years. Now they're not asking. They're telling the officials that they want the Red Hill facility to be shut down.
The local activist group, Putehi Liteksan Save Ritidian, held a peaceful protest at Adelup on Tuesday in response to the ongoing Red Hill water crisis in Hawaii. The U.S. Navy's bulk underground fuel reserve ruptured in early December, contaminating Oahu's primary drinking water supply, poisoning thousands of people. The aquifer supplies water to 400,000 residents and visitors. PLSR's Maria Hernandez.
We decided to come out to show solidarity with all those who have been affected. There are so many people who are reporting health impacts.
Several community members came together for chanting and song, followed by an art demonstration. Hernandez said they stand in solidarity with Hawaii, urging the Biden administration to put an end to Red Hill.
They've been kind of sounding the alarm for years before this fuel leak happened. officials were telling them that, there's nothing to be concerned about.
But fast forward now, and the storage facility, which holds up to 250 million gallons of fuel, has now had 2 major fuel leaks this year alone. However, military officials told lawmakers that the recent contamination was due to a jet fuel spill near the facility. More than 4,000 people have been affected, while thousands have been displaced. 12 elementary schools have reported students getting sick due to the contamination.
The reason why the fuel facility is still there is because they're being told that it's for national security purposes.
She says there's no security until we have clean water. Guam faces similar threats with the construction of the U.S. Marine Live Fire Training Range complex being built above the northern aquifer lens, which provides 80 to 90% of the island's drinking water.
6.7 million bullets are proposed to be shot above our main water source with the establishment of the Live Fire Training Range complex. In addition to that, the Navy's own environmental studies have stated that the overpumping of the aquifer will result in saltwater intrusion into our aquifer.
But despite 3 resolutions that call attention to the threats, the plans to build the range are still moving forward.
There are so many communities, indigenous communities, that are really fighting to protect their main water sources in Okinawa, Native American communities in the continental United States. There are fuel pipelines that are putting their water sources at risk. We still have the opportunity now to stop harmful development, stop the firing range complex, stop the military buildup before, we're in the position that Hawaii is in. And it's a real threat.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Continue to look into the very curious, somewhat controversial matter of above-step recruitment in your government, as the governor says she has appointed a cabinet member to a classified position, begging the question, what happened to the merit system?
It's the latest above-step recruitment making waves. Public Health in a release saying they intend to hire Department of Youth Affairs Deputy Director and Lou and Josh cabinet member Crescinda Uggan at an above-step salary. Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera telling KUAM News there were other applicants for the Human Services Administrator position Uggan applied for, and both Carrera and Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Augustine also told KUAM Uggan's hiring was not final. But that is not what we heard today. What we did hear, coming straight from the governor, Uggan has been appointed to a classified position. This action by the governor appearing to fly in the face of the merit system, which aims to keep government hiring from being a political spoils system. The merit system, legally defined as the practice of hiring and promoting employees based on their competence rather than political favoritism. Classified employees are subject to the merit system and have more job security than unclassified political hires, who often lose their jobs when their governor loses an election. As reported, Uggan is the sister of the governor's chief of staff, John Jr. Calvo. Her father, Juan Calvo, is the chairman of the Civil Service Commission, and her husband, Tony Uggan, has been detailed to Public Health as the acting Human Resources Administrator. Even though Public Health should be the official hiring authority for its classified applicants, the governor tells KUAM she made the call to hire Uggan.
Now, I know there's a big criticism about Crescinda out there, and I have to defend my decision to appoint Crescinda in that job. Crescinda is going to be the administrator of the Division of Child Wellness Program in Public Health. If you read her resume, she is very competent. She's a Bachelor's of Arts in Child Care. She's worked in children environment.
It's unclear how the governor's authority allows her to appoint a cabinet member into a classified position, totally disregarding the application process that was announced for the position Uggan will apparently be filling.
There's no, bad things or abnormal, irregular, illegal things that are happening. No way. I want the people to know that. Our administration is on board. We are on top. We are transparent. And this is what we want to do, to give the people the service that they deserve.
The governor also defended above-step recruitments, saying they've been around since day one of government. Above step recruitment, when a person is hired at a salary amount higher than they would normally make entering a position because of recruitment difficulty, outstanding qualifications, or exceptional education or experience. Senators have questioned the above step hiring process, saying it doesn't allow for fair competition for jobs, and in some cases, it appears to favor those with connections to the administration. But the governor countered those arguments, saying above step recruitment is crucial to give value to jobs.
Above step recruitment is done not just frivolously. It's done to provide competent workers to service the public, right? And above step recruitment is not a new thing. Above step recruitment has been happening from day one of government. This is government's way of giving you the value of what your job is about. It works everywhere. Private organizations do it all the time.
Ogden will be paid $71,000 in salary alone in her new position. Adelup did not respond to questions we sent relative to any conflicts of interest in the recruitment of Ogden. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
All right, well, if you've been watching the calendar, you know that the beginning of next year is very, very significant in a variety of ways, but not the least of which is the fact that grocery stores, retail stores, and restaurants will no longer be legally able to hand out plastic bags to island residents after New Year's Eve.
Grocery stores, retail stores, and restaurants will no longer be legally able to hand out plastic bags to island residents after Friday, December 31st. Public Law 35-130 bans the distribution of single-use carryout bags effective January 1st, 2022, which was passed by the Guam legislature in June 2018. It was authored by former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee as a way to reduce Guam's plastic waste. Guam is one of the last U.S. territories to impose this law. To help residents with the transition from plastic bags to reusable bags, the Guam Green Growth, better known as G3, launched its Bring Your Own Bag Weekly campaign in early November. G3's Sustainability Coordinator Phil Cruz and Project Coordinator Anania Nauta explained the outreach's mission.
With our campaign, we are going to all 19 villages, visiting different retail stores, but primarily mom and pop stores. And we're helping the community transition to this new law by giving out our G3 reusable bags. Because the law will take effect on January 1st, giving them this bag will hopefully translate to a behavior change with them, that they will bring this bag. We do come across some customers who are already bringing their bag, which is great. And so we do like to see that. But we haven't, I think because of
On top of handing out bags, we're also trying to engage a lot of people in the community with our wave on the side of the road. So every time we're at a mom and pop store or a retail store, we're also waving on the side to show that everyone passing by that we are really trying to promote this Bring Your Own Bag campaign. And
according to the Island-wide Beautification Task Force, in a 2019 monthly beach cleanup, IBTF and community partners picked up 2 tons of plastics, recyclables, potentially harmful items, and trash. If businesses are not in compliance with the law, all establishments will be fined $500 on the first offense, after that up to $10,000. Although the law goes into effect by the beginning of 2022, Cruz says that they plan to extend the campaign into next year.
And on ordering more to continue this even into next year after the law is implemented. We still want to have those reusable bags in stock just to continue helping the community with this transition.
G3 will be handing out free black foldable reusable bags with their logo on the front at the Santa Rita store from 7 to 8 a.m. For more information, you can visit guamgreengrowth.org. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Let's consider some regional headlines now and get you the very latest on the efforts to impeach the chief executive of the CNMI. As the vote to impeach Governor Ralph Torres now has a timeline, and that event could take place in a matter of weeks. Tomas Manglona continues his ongoing coverage of one of the biggest storylines to hit the NMI in a very long time.
At the end of the day, when it comes to policy decisions, right, it's a numbers game, and he sees the numbers, and we could have railroaded it, but I didn't want to go that way.
House Speaker Edmund Villagomez formed a 9-member bipartisan special investigating committee on impeachment to deliberate on the resolution backed by at least 13 lawmakers, one shy of the 14 votes the House would need to impeach Governor Ralph Torres.
There's people out there that want to see this expedited, And then there are some that agree with the process. So I feel that this is the fair way to go.
The committee has 30 days to take action, which could include a vote by all 20 lawmakers as soon as mid-January. It comes after months of hearings by the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee.
We wouldn't necessarily be doing everything over again because we have all the documents, all the exhibits. I believe this is a fair committee composition.
However, the governor might not agree. Torres called out Representative Tina Sablan, a Democrat running for governor, saying she shouldn't be a member. She is now and says it isn't out of bounds.
Let me start by being very clear. I do support impeachment. I signed that resolution and I will be voting yes when it gets to the floor. And I came to this conclusion after nearly 2 years of reviewing thousands upon thousands of pages of the governor's own records of expenditures.
A historic test of checks and balances in a battle for power.
The governor does not control the legislature. He doesn't get to decide who should be involved and who should not be involved. It's not up to him to determine the terms of his own investigation and impeachment. This is a legislative process.
Tomas Manglotnya for KOAM News on Saipan.
Time for our Inside Business segment, our weekly coverage where our Tyler Martinani profiles interesting young and emerging companies in the island's private sector. And it started with $1 and a dream. What lyric is that? $1 and a dream. Was that Notorious B.I.G., Chris?
Could be. I'm going to Google it.
Joe, sir? $1 and a dream? Yeah, I think so. It was B.I.G., right? Okay. Well, let's start it with $1 and a dream. And former KUM alumni Mikey Taitano had that amount of money, 2 bush cutters, and a lot of hard work on weekends, and he transformed his idea into a thriving business that has survived the challenges of the global pandemic. Here's Mike.
They leave things better than they found it. For this Inside Business, we bring you the story of Guam Service Pros, a small business that started with just a bush cutter and a dream.
We stopped with the yard maintenance. We do landscape installations.
GSP offers a wide range of services. One of the things they offered pre-pandemic was yard maintenance. But as CEO Mike Taitano explains, the numbers didn't lie, and the company chose to laser focus more on a service that several businesses needed even more during the age of COVID.
As you can see, there's definitely a niche and a need for cleaning and sanitizing and decontamination, and that's exactly what we pivoted our business focus towards. The reason behind the whole pivot was to get our island back to normal, which we're now 2 years in, and we're getting there. Yeah, it's becoming better.
And they're putting minds at ease even more with their newest service known as Clean 360.
Disinfecting misting solutions, and that was under our Guam Service Pros umbrella. But we wanted to target and market it a little differently, so we came up with another business name, Clean 360. 360 degrees clean. So anything that general cleaning that you miss through general cleaning, wiping tables, you get in there and you get the microbial disinfectants throughout the whole facility.
It takes a whole team to do what they do, and throughout the varying climates of COVID, they were able to keep all employees on board and then some.
The business itself is employee-owned, so everyone has a say on how we move about our ways through and navigating through the current times that we're in. And it's always been family-oriented. It's definitely catered to our employees for their growth, and then of course their growth determines our growth as a business. We're blessed, absolutely. I've heard other businesses on the other side of this, which is unfortunate. But with any business owner, you have to make pivots, and that's exactly what we did.
And while we still live in a time of uncertainty, GSP continues to come out on top because Taitano realized one thing is for sure. With Inside Business, I'm Tyler Matinani.
All right, everybody. A ongoing storyline throughout the past fall, let's say like several months, is that supply chains have been noticeably slowed down, and the president convened and called together his supply chain task force to discuss progress being made in working through the number of cargo containers stuck in our nation's ports. Natalie Brand has more on this emerging issue.
Longshoremen at the Port of Savannah are working 24 hours a day to clear the backlog of shipping containers.
We're still catching up as a nation to what happened a year and a half ago when Asia shut down.
The ongoing supply chain bottlenecks mean some store owners can't get what they need during the busiest time of the year.
We're seeing things delayed up to 3 months and more. Shipping prices are sky high right now.
Days before Christmas, President Biden is getting an update from his supply chain task force, industry experts, and CEOs.
At the Port of Long Beach since mid-October, the dwell times for those containers has dropped from 12 days to 5 days. That's 140% improvement. And in Los Angeles, from 9 days to 4 days, 125% improvement.
This week, the Biden administration is announcing $230 million in grant money to help ports upgrade their infrastructure.
We're also working to unstick bottlenecks between the ports and the stores by getting more trucks moving all around the country.
Savannah's port used federal dollars to help create pop-up ports further inland to clear containers off the docks.
At the end of the day, we're all dealing with a parking lot. And when the parking lot is full, it's full. So the race for us is to keep the parking lot as empty as possible and keep the cars moving out.
It's a model other ports could look at replicating to deal with what's been a record volume of import cargo. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
And again, we do want to get you up to speed on that developing story that Chris told you at the top of the show, as Route 1 in Upper Tumon, all 3 lanes heading northbound have been closed. That goes from around American Medical Center. Our friend Dr. Ho Wen, who's coming on the show later on this morning. So AMC, American Medical Clinic, towards the Route 16 intersection, all the way to in front of the dialysis center. That's about maybe a half mile, maybe quarter mile plus strip of road and everything. All 3 lanes have been closed down due to what appears to be a auto pedestrian accident. We are continue to look into this as GPD is investigating the scene there. So please seek alternate routes if you are heading northbound on the island this morning. Let's go back to the newsroom right now as Tyler Matanani rejoins the show, and she's got your morning link.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Bon, it's 10:30 a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. At today's public health press briefing, Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero spoke on President Biden's plan to distribute 500 million at-home test kits next month, and if Guam will be getting any.
Meetings and public health will be looking into it and making sure that it, because right now it's not available. Like if you mentioned, it's going to be within the next month. But that once it does become available, that they will put it on a website or give out PSAs on how to obtain these kits.
With this announcement from the president, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero stated, quote, "We look forward to receiving these at-home test kits in the new year and here at home. We continue to stay the course with aggressive vaccination efforts and a continued mask mandate." Dr. Leon Guerrero continues to make a plea to those who haven't been vaccinated to do so, and for those eligible for the booster to take it after their 6-month waiting period. The governor has vetoed a bill that would have legalized firearm suppressors on Guam. Senator Tony Atta's measure, which passed by a slim 7-6 vote, was meant to provide hearing protection for gun users during training or other activity. But in her veto message, Governor Leon Guerrero said that the benefits of removing suppressor restrictions do not outweigh the associated risks. She said the sound of gunfire is one of the most easily recognizable warnings that a weapon has been fired in a person's vicinity, and it enables that person to get to safety. The governor states that on balance, we must continue to prioritize the community's safety from potentially life-threatening harm over the auditory safety of the few. She adds that gun users' hearing concerns can otherwise be mitigated by the proper use of earplugs or earmuffs. In what may be the final decision in the long-running legal battle over local gaming devices, the Guam Supreme Court has ruled that electronic casino gaming machines cannot be lawfully licensed here. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The Supreme Court ruling follows more than 13 years of protracted litigation between gaming machine owners and the Attorney General's office. AG Levin Camacho says the High Court's opinion affirms their argument that gambling devices cannot and should not be licensed here.
This is a significant case and just very important for our office to finish what we've started.
In 2008, the AG's office advised the Department of Revenue and Taxation against issuing licenses for some 1,200 casino-type gaming machines. The OAG had argued that they were in fact gambling devices and thus were in violation of the amusement device licensing laws.
The wrinkle was there were these rules and regulations that were adopted, were sent to the legislature without public hearing, without public notice, without an opportunity for the public to be heard on what exactly they're proposing. And under those rules and regs, these machines have been allowed to operate until we won before the trial court last year.
The rules and regs were meant to grandfather in the licenses of the existing machines and prohibit the import of any new ones. But Camacho says the High Court has affirmed very clearly that the proper administrative adjudication procedures were not followed in adopting the rules and regs, so they're void, as well as the licenses.
Under the standard process, there's about a few weeks for the parties to request a rehearing. And if they don't request it at that point, the Supreme Court will issue a mandate, and that will conclusively end the case. So there is still a potential for the court to reconsider its opinion that it issued yesterday. We anticipate anywhere from weeks to months that mandate will be issued, and then it'll affirm the trial court judgment. And at that point, we're going to have to move into the enforcement phase.
He says Reventax has not renewed any of the device licenses, so they can no longer legally operate. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
After concluding their investigation, officers with the Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division arrested 24-year-old Bradley Jared Borja relative to an auto crash near Smith Bridge in Jigo that occurred on August 19. The crash resulted in the death of a woman. As we reported, Borja's white Buick was heading south when it collided head-on with a woman driving a gray Nissan Kicks. Borja was arrested for vehicular homicide, reckless driving with injuries, DWI, vehicular negligence, no driver's license, among other charges. He was booked and confined. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matsanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Here's Uncle King Conception heading you right into the holiday with your Chamorro News Update, sponsored by First Life.
Buenos updates to get some to given sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Abito gobierno zi bill na ligad firearm suppressor ginigizagwahan. Bill ni tini Senador Tony Ada za mapasan nusyeti hungan kontra size ahi sa deposi para pernite GCI muna sasabi paki durante ni training niya za notusia na aktibidad. Logi zanya Vito mensahe magahaga lulyong goro na beneficio para ini na suna reglamentong firearm suppressor sa tipresisunya kinoy senat dit na riskaw siha niya na faktu. Ilang yan ay pagpagpaki sa mas marekognisa na abitensya. Jenging gwa mamaki giurizan ni orto tau siya sa maninai lugar pero manispea orto na lugar no seguridad. Gibalansya debilita na mas preciso seguridad y comunidad kontra sen peligro nilala kung seguridad hiningog para menos siya na tau-tau giginigi isla. Lingya mas na sinya benti man mamamaki umana sedbi nudi nansi at zi earplugs pad earmuffs. Mas asunto, iginin mahodzon niya ni makumbikta gi ikotin federal pero zi pidan niya gi adjidin spatsan bineno sa tiparaw masorta gi ipreso taftaf. Gihefin na West District Court si Francis Taidenko Gatewood sa apuni requestan Jesse Blas para manain ni minaasi na release ginin ni tribunal. Gihulyo na mes man requesta si Blas no masorta gi ipreso anestaba gi sa California. Aklama na teri CCB hiya meresi na atensyon mediko zan amot sa COVID-19 sa na mas adi na riskaw na sitwasyon niya. Asasad si Blas mas intensyon niya zagagi pagwigi sa Texas da sigunay na kaming ni korte taza riskaw pero ni nansi ni COVID-19. Taza nezo na tsetnod gi adzo na fasilitadad zesta mabakuna si Blas. Loy korte sa marekognisa na magahit na teri CCB si Blas iinamti luput si para kondisyon ni korasyon niya. Gidos mid-19 usakan maaresta si Blas sa pag-marisisi Bright. Sa officer sa lapis siya ganyan unong foreman pag pamanaset bi mailbox si sanction por malifit halo methamphetamine na veneno. Makumbikta si Blas sa masentensya gi Enero na mes para 37 meses gi presong federal. Sa makredito na tempo ni sumagana gi ipreso antes yung masentensya, tinatiza na kastigo no 3 anyos sa supervised release. Ito muna sunto gifinot sa moro para pago na Webes gin ni KUAM News. Después de manafunad ng investigasyon niya, Highway Patrol na Division ni Guam Police Department sa maresta si Bradley Jared Macaranas Borja, 24 anyos na edad. Praji crash kareta gifyo ni Smith Bridge na lugar gita Zigo, gidya 19 de Agosto na mes. Aso na crash sa Pininoon, Palawan. No report KUAM, ikarita niya si Borja ni kolorapa ka na Buick Rendezvous sa umanana haza, animatupi sa nung kolorapo na Nissan Kicks no sinisigon ni Palawan. Maresta si Borja por vehicular homicide, reckless driving with injuries, DWI, vehicular negligence, no driver's license, za notu siya na inataki. Mabuk pas makandalo. Para Guam News Network, Bausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta za ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Okay, of course, Christmas holiday coming up this weekend, so that means we got a lot of island athletics to get to in your Sports Link report.
Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Big shout out to Guam's Geraldine Mesa for placing first at the 2021 Sherwood Classic NPC National Championships held at the Orlando Convention Center in Florida. Mesa competed in the Bikini Class A division. With the win, Geraldine has now earned her pro card. Guam's top bowlers converged at the Central Lanes Bowling Center to contest the coveted 2021 Budweiser King and Prince of the Lanes Grand Finals crown. The competitors consisted of the monthly winners and top bowlers from the leaderboard who accumulated points during the year-long qualifiers. Fourth seed J.D. Castro beat third seed Aaron Elliott 212 to 164 for the King of the Lanes title. Claricel Lanuza claimed the 2021 Budweiser Prince of the Lanes title with a 160 plus 36 to 152 plus 12 outing over Nick Gutierrez. Switching over to some soccer news, the U10 division of the Jingle Bell Soccer Tournament took center stage in the event's final week at the Guam Football Association National Training Center, with Community First Days in Deditos Soccer Club Blue winning over the Fighting Wolves. In the division's third place match, the Southern Cobras took home the bronze medals. Let's recap this year's Uproar Slay Games from Custom Fitness, brought to you by Coors Light, Clutch Guam, and KUAM Sports.
Everyone had a great time. I think the audience, the spectators, the athletes themselves, it was such a great time.
I love the environment, man. It's like, it doesn't matter what gym you come from, everyone's cheering you on, and it just gives you all that energy to just try your best all the time, man.
play. I enjoy the teams out here. Everyone was super friendly, trying to cheer each other on, and it feels like home, you know?
McDonald's High School Basketball Classic at the Jungle. ND and Ukudu lacing up. Jason Santos showing his range with the corner three for the Royals. ND trying to attack the paint. Ball gets stripped by Pizzo Orichiro. Kick out pass to Jose Suarez, who pulls up for the deep ball. Orichiro was cooking it up, dishing dimes. Drew Quito was eating. Pull-up jumper is money. Bulldogs with the lead in the second half. Santiago dribbles left and decides to pull up for the long two. Hits the shot from up top. Ukudu pulls off the win behind Jose Suarez, who led the way with 11 points. Warriors and Islanders hitting the court for their anticipated matchup. St. Paul's Rue Ventura cleaning up around the rim with the putback. Kirsten Guzman to the cutting Carl Vinca for the easy two. St. Paul led 36-27 after 3 quarters of play. Jacob Miranda hits the corner three. Mark Morales answers with the three for JFK. Islanders trailed 38-32 with 4:23 left on the clock. Josiah Quintanilla draining the long two here. Big man Christian Guzman showing his passing skills. Nice assist to Vinca for the basket and the foul. JFK tied the game at 38 with under 2 minutes left in regulation. The game went into overtime with the game tied at 40. Guzman and Vinca took over in OT. Christian Guzman finished with 17 points as the Islanders held on for the win 57-47. Carl Vinca chipped in with a team-high 23 points. Programming news now. You know we got you covered for all your NFL action. Monday, December 27th on the stations of KUAM. 4 in the morning, NFL on CBS, KUAM TV 11, Buffalo Bills at New England Patriots. Keep it locked to KUAM TV 11, 7:25 in the morning. More NFL on CBS, Pittsburgh Steelers at Kansas City Chiefs.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
All right, so of course, as you just heard, the very dulcet tones of our own Victorious Falan. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, of course. Oops, that was again Mayor's office. That was on cue. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Yeah, let me get in here, Jay. So that was David Elgato.
Yeah.
Double D.
See what happens when my phone rings in the middle of a segment?
I know, you're getting booty calls during the show.
No, I'm certainly not.
It's Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, proud to present SportsLink. They're your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. We're offering everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. Go Christmas yourself something there. Also offering maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive. Between Submarina and Best to Market, call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Good morning.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together. even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and MoneyMap that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass Live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Hafaday. This is Therese Terlahi, Speaker of the 36th Guam Legislature. I ask you on this Giving Tuesday to assist the Ali Women's Shelter and the Ali Children's Shelter with supplies such as hygiene products, diapers, and other necessities. Family violence is the top offense charged on Guam in 2020 and 2021, according to the judiciary of Guam's annual reports. Guam has the second highest number of sexual assaults per capita in the nation. And our 2020 statistics indicate that out of 73 sexual assault cases reported, 50 involve minors. Let's together ensure that women and children have a safe place to escape the abuse and begin their new lives. Your donation to the Ali Children and Women's Shelters will bring hope to these survivors and improve their quality of life. Please contact the Catholic Social Services for more information and Sidzulas Maasi.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #InstaGuam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio. Coke, 7:12, Thursday, the eve of Christmas Eve. I remember there was a auto pedestrian accident right around Wendy's, Upper Tumon, and so the road there from AMC, I think, up is closed, all 3 lanes, according to the Guam Police Department. Good morning. Eric with a C, Borja, Christmas time. Are you guys kind of ready for Christmas? I don't know.
I am.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Irregardless. 7:13 Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Speaking of Christmas, we actually put the schedule of all the masses. I mean, it's a 14-page PDF. So, I mean, we condensed it. We put the link to the article that we got on KUM.com. That's on our timeline on Facebook. It's on Twitter. It's in the comments, too, if you're with us on Facebook Live. If you're watching us like on a big TV, it's there. All you have to do is hit it and see when your favorite parish will be holding Mass. Remember, Pali Mike Chrysostomo was on yesterday, and he goes, "We're not changing from the midnight Mass."
So they're actually having a midnight Mass at St. Anthony.
Yeah, some of the other parishes, they're doing midnight Mass at 9 p.m. Some are doing it like earlier in the afternoon. Some are doing multiple just so they can kind of like spread the congregation around. But yeah, like midnight mass persists at St. Anthony's Parish.
Right on. 7:14 coming up. The Minority Report with Senator Chris Duane. He's pretty sure he's going to talk about the silencer, veto, suppressor, whatever you guys want to call it. The governor vetoed that measure there that would have allowed for the suppressors for firearms on island. So we'll talk about that, pretty sure. Dr. Hall Wen, the American Medical Center, also the former PAG chair coming on. Probably going to talk a little bit about Omicron and, Christmas, how to Christmas, COVID-wise. Just do your thing, guys. Vivace, JFK's choir. Jay?
Yeah, you saw them yesterday. They had that wonderful rendition and the absolutely gorgeous music video for Text Me This Christmas. We've got some of the members of Vivace coming on. They're going to talk about, being in a choir. They've also got a lot of history behind Vivace because for at least 10, 15 years now, like Vivace's been a very successful program and they're doing good things.
Yeah, it's awesome. The performance that we played yesterday was wow. It was just wow, bro. Good job. What are your plans for Christmas, my friend?
I'm on duty here, so I'm going to be here.
Oh, you're on duty?
At least part of the day.
Are you doing what, at Christmas Eve? Anything, bro? It's
No.
just you and your mom?
Yeah.
So what are you gonna make? I'm sorry, I forgot.
No,
your
I'm the
Jason.
most boring person
Yeah.
in the world. I'm just laying low.
So what'd you get your mom?
I can't say that
She
on
doesn't
the
listen.
She may be watching right
She
now.
could- really?
She may be.
Okay.
Probably not, but she may be.
Well, my Christmas is a little strange because my oldest daughter's in Germany. Actually, she's in Scotland right now. She's took a trip to Scotland from Germany, but she's not coming back until I think, definitely after the New Year. So we're gonna do like a little mini Christmas with the little kids and my oldest son, and then we'll do a redo, like a real Christmas in January. I think like January 5th or 6th, sometime before Three Kings.
Mhm.
So I'm just kind of figure out for this, the actual Christmas, like how hard I'm gonna Christmas. Am I gonna make like a Christmas meal, or I'm just gonna like try and hold it off until my oldest girl comes back?
Were you ever in a Christmas play when you were young?
Yeah, I played Jesus.
You played
Or
Jesus?
I
Oh,
played
really?
Joseph. I'm sorry, I played Joseph.
Oh, okay.
The big difference there. Joseph also played Joseph. Very fitting.
Oh, okay.
I remember I played Joseph. It was I want to say it was first grade Christmas play, and then I wore one of my mom's bathrobes because they wore apparently they wore the robes back in the Bible. They didn't have jeans back then.
I was one of the Three Kings.
Oh, nice.
At Maria Ujoa in the 4th grade, I was the one who carried who was bearing the gift of frankincense.
Wow, incense.
So what is it? There's myrrh.
Yep, there's
frankincense.
Sensi. So one of them had the Sensi.
Not Sensi. There were no Etsy stores for the Three
No,
Kings.
no.
like
What's
way
myrrh
back.
anyway?
Yeah, you could not go on eBay and order a little town of Bethlehem before.
Yeah. So there was frankincense, which I guess is
Frankincense and myrrh.
And gold.
yeah, gold.
Yeah, so everybody wanted to be the kid who like gold. And he's like, hey, I got the gold, and everyone. And I remember like one of my friends started crying because he's like, what is myrrh? He thought
Yeah.
myrrh was like something. I was like, dude,
Myrrh
you're one
is
of the
actually
kings.
it's a gum resin extracted from a number of small thorny tree species, and has been used throughout history as a perfume, incense, and medicine.
Wow. Of course, you're reading this all off the top of your head. You're totally not Googling
Yeah,
this.
myrrh mixed with wine was common across ancient cultures for general pleasure and as an analgesic.
Okay. Yeah, so I was frankincense, and I actually, of course I got in trouble, and I had to go face the wall because they're like, hey, we're going to make you one of the kings because you're a little bit on the taller side,
Yeah.
this tall, skinny kid. And they're like, and you get frankincense. So I was like, "Argh!" And they're like, no.
Why
not
did I see this coming?
Not Frankenstein.
I totally saw this
dumbass.
coming.
And go
Right,
stand
right.
in the corner. And back then, you could actually call like a student a dumbass.
You should just live your life in the corner.
Yeah.
It's 7:19. We had that in common though. I spent a lot of time in the corner.
Really?
You ever spend any time with your nose in a circle?
Go face
They
the
never
wall.
like drew the circle on the chalkboard. Put
Sabrina
your nose
talks
in
about
there.
this all the time.
Yeah.
Go hold the books and like stand over there.
Hold the books like that.
Yeah.
They should do that at the gym. That's actually a good workout. right?
Okay.
Hold the books like that for an hour.
Let's talk a sec about because you're a big.
Can we just talk about my shirt first of all?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So my daughter set me up. My little girl Callie Jo set me up. I was trying because I didn't know what to wear today. Right? It's Christmas Eve.
Give him some love, Link fam, and with the emoji about how nice his shirt is. That's the nice plaid. That they did not wear that like in Seattle for grunge.
Just wait, Jay. Just wait.
No, that is really really nice. So
anyway, okay,
you're channeling the spirit of Kurt Cobain.
My mom got me this shirt, and I was trying on a bunch of different shirts last night because it's Christmas Eve, and we're off tomorrow. So I was like, I gotta come Christmased out. But my little girl vetoed my red polo because you could see my nipples in it. It was so embarrassing. She was like, "Dad, what's that?" I was like, "Oh."
Also, you were a familia areola?
Yeah. So anyway, my mom she got me this like I don't want to say a girdle, but it's like a shirt you wear inside your shirt that, it's supposed to not make your NHO show. So I tried that on and it actually made it worse. So my daughter was like, yeah, don't wear that shirt, Dad. So she picked this one and I was like, oh yeah. And she's like, yeah, it's like gift wrapping paper, so, okay. And I was like, okay, blue, silver, snow.
That is totally grunge, man.
And yeah, and then I come in here and Jason's like, oh, 90s grunge Christmas. So yeah, now I feel like I'm ready for it. I feel like I need a t-shirt on the inside of this.
So Chris is walking, he's like, oh, come all ye faithful. When the lights out, it's as dangerous.
Just like that.
Dang, 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 dang. Okay. Glenn, host of the Half a Day Zoo podcast, says, what a wonderful plaid shirt, Chris. And then he also said, I used to make my... Key point, past tense. I used to make my students face the wall. Can't do that anymore.
Why not, though?
Because you could have a group of second graders basically file a class action lawsuit against you, and you don't want to be on the other side of that.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess Glenn is saying my mom got me Spanx for men. I don't know what it was. Yeah. No, she was like, "Oh, I got you an inside shirt," and I never thought anything of it. And I kind of threw it in the corner of my underwear shelf, and then last night I busted it out. And you're right, Glenn, it was like a camisole type material, or you know what I mean? It was like kind of silky. I was like, what is this? And I put it on, and I was like, this is like a negligee.
Ooh, you're wearing that sexy lingerie.
Let me slip into something a little more comfortable. My man Spanx. 721.
Yeah, here's what I wanted to talk about, right? Since we're talking a little bit about pop culture and Christmas. You're probably the biggest comic book nerd I know. Which is the highest praise I can give you because I defer to your comic book. I thought I was good at comic books and we even had a guy here who used to work at Marvel and like you eclipsed him, right? Do you remember all of the references like in comic books and in TV shows and specials that would cross over and do like the Christmas episode?
Yeah,
like they had the Star Wars episode when they went to Christmas and Chewbacca had to find like the true meaning of They're like that's not the star he's used to following. But
Yeah, I do, Jay. Good stuff.
Spider-Man like saved Christmas one year.
There used to always be Christmas specials.
Yeah.
But I wonder, you still see them. They're still out there. They're very like they don't say Christmas anymore. Or it's mostly like Happy Holidays, I guess. Like I watched one with my daughter last night. It was Trolls Harmony for the Holidays or something, sir. Right? Yeah, and so it's holidays. It was all right though. It was cool. It wasn't exactly like the Nativity or anything, but it was all right.
Yeah, the Charlie Brown one though.
Classic. Yep.
What is it? A Charlie Brown Christmas? That thing is like it's 70 years old now or something like that.
Wow.
They came out.
Oh my God, are you serious, Jay?
It came out in like the 50s.
That makes us like 80.
Yeah, but I mean, you put that on today and it still gets you.
Gets me.
Yeah. Charlie Brown's like, I got a tree, and then it's
and then Santa's like, wah, wah.
Yeah, and then it like the pine needles are all falling apart. It's so frail. Yeah, it's so frail. They can only fit like one red ornament on it, and then it droops over, and it's like totally flaccid. And
I mean, I don't know. Charlie Brown for me, it was like I really think of it during the holiday of him and the show during the holidays because there was always that Great Pumpkin one. And then you would watch that, and then it would be the Christmas one would come out.
Yeah.
And they'd always show the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Frosty the Snowman animation one.
Mm-hmm. But the really good one was it Rudolph the Red-Nosed, or what was it? In the Island of Misfit Toys.
Yeah, that was
the follow up though. That was like the next year. But also Garfield had a holiday special. Those were always good.
Yeah, missed that one, Jay.
Yeah.
Did you see that one, Joe, sir? The Garfield Christmas special? No. Yeah, Garfield was a thing, though, man. They tried to redo it. It wasn't the same.
Dude, the Garfield books? How many Garfield books
There
did
was
you have?
quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had to do what it was called reading in these. It was a book. It was a
Yep.
picture book, though, so it was a little easier, but yeah.
Did you have the Far Side? Those books?
Yeah, sure.
I had those.
Yeah.
Jim Larson?
Cool.
Yeah.
Right on. Good talk, Jay. 724. Yeah, so again, the traffic there by Wendy's, Upper Tumon, there was a auto ped accident like around 4 this morning. They transported the victim to the hospital around 4:45 or so, performing CPR en route. So we'll keep you posted for any updates on that. Also coming up here on this eve of Christmas Eve, since we're off tomorrow, we got a whole bunch of great segments for you guys today, including Feed Me Fridays. That's usually what we do on Friday, but we're going to feed you Thursdays.
Mark Tyron is saying, how old is Jason again?
Yeah, how old are you, Jay?
My hair would imply that like I'm in my 90s already like that. I'm 47.
Wow, me too.
I'm 47, you guys, and I'm the baby in this room. Chris and Joseph are both older than I am.
Wait, how old? When's your birthday?
April 24th. I'm a
Oh
Taurus.
God, yeah.
Oh, so talking about seconds, can we show what happened yesterday? Okay, courtesy of Tatuha Mayor Luis Rivera, right?
this is
and,
awesome.
And it's on our Instagram. It got over 10,000 views just last night.
Wow. Hey, before we do that, can we thank the Aganihites, the Hagatnia Heights?
yes.
Tatuhan. Well, they don't want to just keep it Agani Heights. The Agani Heights Mayor's Office dropped off a little present for us here.
This is gorgeous.
Open it up, sir.
Okay, Joser's gonna.
He's got his Leatherman, his Gerber Leatherman. Jason has picked up the camera duties here.
Oh, why am I upside down? Oh.
Look what we got from the Agatnia Heights Mayor's Office. They're putting the cute in charcuterie.
Oh gosh. Look, okay.
Wow.
Those are some nice cheese squares right there.
I've seen it all. I've never seen a salami rose before, but that's a great Christmas present. Look at that.
Look at that. Oh, we got those pretzel bites.
Pretzel bites. There's some grapes.
2 different types of grapes.
Some green leafy matter.
Okay, bits, wedges of cheese with.
Yeah, that's brie with some cranberries, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Mm.
Pistachio.
You have to eat the brie with your pinky up. And then there's also the salami rose. Can you show that? It's my kind of rose.
There's also a pistachio.
Yeah, there's pistachio. Thank you, Aganites Mayor's Office here
Thank you
for
so much.
dropping it off. They heard we were on the keto, Jay, so that's why there's
Thank
no
you,
rice.
Angie.
Thank you guys so much. 7:26. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with more
Oh,
of
wait,
the link.
We're gonna show the
we
tour
are.
one?
Yeah, are
okay.
we? Okay.
Yeah, so it's already it's been on Instagram since last night, and we put it up on Facebook just about a half hour ago. But we want to show you guys. Santa made his way to Hemlani's Harmon
It was
apartment.
actually here early, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of kids there and everything like that. They had a ball. They had the time of their lives. Santa went there and he gave them.
You see, because he actually had to go to the FSM because they have their whole like quarantine procedures and stuff, and so he came out to this part of the world early. Went to the FSM. All right, he dropped all the presents off there, and then the moms and the dads will get them into the houses later. And then he's like, "Oh, let me just swing by Hemlani real quick and just hook these kids up, and then he'll be on his merry way and come back for Christmas Eve." Okay. Yeah, and so this is a great little segment here. Santa visits Hemlani. Good morning.
Let me hold your hand. Let me hold your hand. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, everyone! Are you enjoying your Christmas break?
Next on the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Merry Christmas.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful, they're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Naglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Far away from home, but not from our hearts. The following special season's greetings from our troops overseas and around the world for you at home.
Buenos and half a day. My name is Chief Master Sergeant Daniel Stone, State Command Chief, Guam Air National Guard.
I'm Brigadier General Frenchie for Commander of Guam Air National Guard, and we just want to wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
I would also like to extend our gratitude and thanks to our community for their continued support of the Guam Air National Guard. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
These special season's greetings from our troops are brought to you locally by the station bringing families together, KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
My favorite Christmas memory is when my family used to get together way back. I believe I was 5 years old, and family would do Christmas exchanges and would do parties, and I think that always stood out, and that's something I always remember about Christmas.
Listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Good morning. Merry Christmas, 7:38, Thursday, December 23rd.
Yeah, we've got an update on that apparent auto pedestrian accident that happened just shortly after 4:30 this morning. My friends up in Upper Tumon. The 3 lanes that were previously closed so the GPD can properly do their investigation have reopened. So previously, the 3 lanes heading northward from American Medical Center towards the Route 16 intersection now open again, and I'm looking on Google Maps right now, and you know how you can see the traffic density?
Yeah.
Traffic flowing smoothly. So please be safe heading to work,
How
everybody.
do people check that, Jay? I know you like to check that thing.
Yeah. Very, very
Google
helpful.
Maps. What do you do? Like,
Yeah, well, you just go to like I'm on the web right now.
show them.
Yeah, so you just go to maps.google.com,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a little filter in the bottom, and you can enable the traffic view, and it does an overlay on the map. And basically, everybody out there who's on the road who has Google Maps on their phone, depending on how fast or how slow they're moving, they aggregate that, and that's what determines traffic density. So
Wow.
So it'll show you like what sections of the road are a little bit more red than others, and that means the traffic is not flowing that smoothly. I use this all the time. I use this like when I'm driving like around, and when I'm at a stoplight, I just pop open the Google Maps, and I was like, oh, okay, well, traffic's going smoothly. I'll go the other way.
I'll give you a little pro tip, though. There's usually traffic at all the same places at the same times every day.
Ah.
But, that's cool, too. Hi, Senator. Good morning. Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas joins us on the show this morning. Hi. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Joe, sir. I'm going to make a prediction, a bold prediction. The ITC intersection is probably color red in all four directions.
Yeah.
That would be right.
I don't think you
All
need
four.
Google Maps to tell you that.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a four-way thing, but basically it looks like a big red shamrock right now. So.
Right.
Probably backed up all the way to Airport Mobile and
7:40
Morning, guys. How you
morning.
doing?
We're doing good, Senator. So, what did you make of that veto of the suppressor silencer bill?
Well, I think it's kind of expected, given the narrow margin, and I just think the continued, probably maybe the misinformation on what actually suppressors are designed to do and how criminals don't use suppressors. But, look, I look at it as this. We've now had a good conversation in our community. My folks who have reached out to me, who are on chats that I know that are regular, either gun enthusiasts or law enforcement people that have been supporting this bill. We're supporting its passage. We're disappointed at the veto. Maybe it's just about continuing to have the conversation within our community, because obviously it is a select group of individuals that constantly use firearms either for their job or their career, or enthusiasts who really do a lot of work on the range and do a lot of hunting and do a lot of practice shooting. So maybe this is an opportunity in the coming months and years perhaps to constantly educate our population. Criminals do not use suppressors. Criminals do not apply for suppressors. Criminals use illegal guns, illegal acquired or crude manufacture of anything to silence a gun. But you know what, Chris? It was expected, at least from my part, and we'll just move forward from here.
It kind of sounds like you don't have the votes for an override.
Well, I think what's important, on every override, and I guess I'm the override attempt king of this legislature.
How's that working out for you? What do you like, over?
Yeah, haven't been successful yet. But, when asked, Chris, why do you keep moving forward on this? And my answer is because I think people are still not understanding, or at least maybe either some senators are just so politically aligned that no matter what information they're going to have, they will not vote against the governor. Or for some reason, the message just isn't clear enough on what Bill 11 really does and why it is truly about accountability and transparency, particularly when it comes to government expenditures and how the governor is spending money. I think I'm just drawing a parallel, Chris, that in order to be able to, I think, get a comfort level or enough critical mass for senators who are dug in on issues and who are not going to, decide on more education, more understanding of what the policy purports to do, then it's up to my good friend Senator Abbott to decide. But I would think that he would do this if he were to attempt that, it would be based on more education, more understanding, and a shift in position. I think, like I said, taking the opportunity to tout my lack of success as of yet, but I still think the principle is important. And maybe in January, or maybe in February, or maybe in March, when people are absolutely sick of, being under a public health emergency, but I guarantee you today, Home Depot, Kmart, Payless Supermarkets, the malls, we will be packed in side by side, trying to decide for 20 minutes whether or not we're going to buy that gift in front of us for our loved one, next to people shoulder to shoulder, vaxxed and unvaxxed.
Yeah.
But we will be in a public health emergency, Chris.
Yeah,
And
I get what you're saying, Senator, and I was thinking about this as I was shopping yesterday. I went to the mall. It was totally packed. It was super packed. But I feel like we know what to do already, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel like this is emergency. I don't know anymore. Seems like it's just being used to make all kinds of moves behind the scenes, right? Like the actual emergency, the actual threat of people getting sick and dying. To me, I don't see the threat as imminent as it was. I mean, even with the Omicron variant, obviously the administration doesn't feel like it's a real threat because they would be doing things to prepare for it. But I understand that there's just always going to be this specter of a COVID variant, but I feel like we do. I mean, for the most part, unvaxxed, vax, whatever, we know what to do already. And I'm going to knock on wood, because I was thinking last night, what I was thinking last night, sir? I was thinking about this mask thing, right? So there's 3 of us in this little studio. I mean, Jason lives with his elderly mom. I live with my mom, right? And she's vaxxed, boosted, all the whole deal. And I was thinking last night, I just want to take this freaking mask off. You know what I mean? But then I was thinking, doing these things they've kept me from getting COVID. Like, I've been so lucky to not get COVID. And I was out there, the food lines and going everywhere, and I never caught it because of this stuff. And it becomes so easy to be like, oh, I'm just freaking tired of it. But then I got to remember that this is what kept me safe during the pandemic. And I'm not like, I go around. I went to the mall, eating out. I'm not like a stay home and pull the covers over my head kind of person. But I just think, like, baseline, if we just wear the masks and do the things that, we're supposed to do, then what's the point of this emergency?
Chris, I had to pick up a quick lunch yesterday. And obviously when I go into places, we all have that moment of we're halfway to the door and we feel something's missing. It's not the keys. It's not, did I put my sunglasses in the car or are they in my pocket? It's, oh my God, my mask, right? Turn around, go back. But you're exactly right. I mean, we diligently go back to the car. In the drive-through, I forgot. And I was okay. The attendant she said, you don't have a mask, put on your mask and close the window. I apologized. I said, I'm sorry. Put it on right away. We did our transaction. I was on my way. And exactly another example, Chris, of where we really do know what to do at this point. And I was kind of I think it was probably our last interview, Chris and Jason, because the governor brought back the typhoon condition in this last speech where she said, board up like it's a super typhoon. But the thing is, Chris, if you look at the public health, I guess the public health briefings are now regular and weekly because maybe they're not choosing to do the KUAM.
Well, no, the reason why they're weekly is because they're not as busy as they used to be doing all the things, trying to fight the pandemic. It's like slowed down so much and now they got time. Oh, now we can go on every week.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Chris, was that it's the same message, right? Same message is you unvaccinated people are the problem, right? With 93% vaccination inclusive of natural immunity. No other jurisdiction, it's a straight up talking point, okay? But what I don't understand is why isn't there a report on, this is the latest investigation of why that last 6 or 7% of people aren't vaccinated. Do they have a different cultural aspect? Are they people who aren't aware of media on a daily basis? Do they not get the information? Do they not have access? Okay, we already know the group of individuals who continues to maintain that they're healthy and they're strong and that they believe or they had COVID and they believe in what. We never get a report on that. Why is the whole report on the last 7 to 8%, these few thousand people that are the absolute threat to everybody else, when we know factually and scientifically that there's no difference of transmission from a vaccinated and unvaccinated person interchangeable. Here's another thing. I was at a party and I was speaking to a medical professional who obviously agrees with my position, but he said, this whole thing about restaurants and vaccinated and unvaccinated being separated, it's like an admission that the vaccination doesn't work. Because why should a vaccinated person be worried about an unvaccinated person in terms of transmission when it can be transmitted between two vaccinated persons? It's the wrong message, is the point I'm trying to make. And if you want to bring people along and you want to get over the finish line and get to 99.99999%, and even then, probably the proclamation wouldn't be said that, okay, we're completely safe and nothing ever is going to happen. You've got to work with people and you got to find out, as some of our good friends on the national scene say, what are the root causes, right? But simply continuing to divide people and have the same narrative week after week after week. And I was disappointed because we got the super typhoon condition of readiness that was declared for Omicron, but we still didn't get an update on, hey guys, good news. Monoclonal antibody deliveries are now up to 1,500 individuals. And those are individuals who are healthy and thriving right now because vaccinated or unvaccinated, they had symptoms after testing positive.
Yeah, Senator, I drove by the MAB treatment center in Mailao yesterday, and it was packed. There was like 10 cars in the parking lot.
Amen.
So yeah, it's
Thank
good.
God.
I mean, yeah, that's great.
Thank God, and I'm glad that that here on the link, we're going to continue to talk about it. We're going to continue to talk about the wide array of what we need to do to combat this virus. Not just, I'm dropping the hammer, I'm keeping the emergency on because I have to continue to spend all this money everywhere at my own will. And you guys just go ahead and sit over there and be good boys and girls, my senators, and then also not continuing to, exchange real changes and opportunities. Leadership is about bringing people together. Leadership is about making sure that everybody's at the table, understands what you're doing, and takes ideas and information and may implement it. And sadly, on the eve of Christmas, albeit, I think it's important that we go into this Advent season understanding our duties and responsibilities as individuals and as taking on the responsibilities of taking care of our people and understanding that we need to be more open, we need to be understanding, and we need to have more conversations with our people. And so that's my take on that. And I really hope that coming into the new year and throughout this, maybe there's some reflection as we reflect on the reason for the season, our Lord and Christ Savior, as we celebrate that and then go towards the new year. My prayer for this Christmas season is a change of heart from the administration and working with the legislature and closer with the people of Guam to make things better and to be more realistic about the real issues in our community.
Me too. I pray for this administration's heart as well, Senator. Reminds me of that movie. What's that movie, Jay, where there was that guy and his heart was like the size of a pea, but then when he started like giving a little, it's like his heart got bigger and bigger until he had a regular sized heart and he was capable of loving and empathy. It's called The Grinch, Jay. You might have heard about it. Okay. Yeah. The Grinch, he had a tiny little ass heart because he wasn't hugged or loved.
You could either go with Scrooge.
Yeah, it's a common theme. It's Christmas.
The Grinch.
Yes, it's a very
the Tin Man for the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Just need more heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, Senator, I feel you. Like, I'm not all into the crazy, the vaccines and to make you magnetized. I just think that at this point, with 90 whatever % we're at, like the rest of you knuckleheads aren't going to take the vaccine. They're just not going to take it. Get over it. They're not going to take it. Okay. Then there's other people who are sick who are just not going to take it. So focus on the people who want to get the booster, right? If that's the issue and we got to get protected, just focus on that. Get the messaging out there. But I just feel like a lot of what's happening is they want to hold this threat of the Omicron variant. And, it could be real. I mean, any of these variants could be real, and we could be right back in a Delta situation. I mean, at the snap of a finger. But that doesn't mean that they should continue to get away with stuff, because the way I look at it, it's like hey, look at the COVID over here. And then meanwhile, it's like I hired this person above step. I hired this person above step. I'm giving this person all this money, moving money. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff going on that we just can't focus on because we're moving in this pandemic set of circumstances. Like, did you know there's something that they didn't even announce really, but Chima Mbakwe is no longer the COVID response. What do they call it? Incident commander. The incident commander of COVID, which I think is kind of like a big deal because he led us through the whole pandemic, and now I think he's back at his communicable disease thing. And then I heard former Senator Fernando Estevez is now the incident commander for the COVID response. So things like that happen that you just don't hear about, you don't know about, because there's this idiotic ban on people coming on the link, which is really crazy at a time when we need to get messages out about, the governor says board up like a super typhoon, then come on and tell us how to board up.
I know that's the point, Chris, and that's exactly, I've been asked several times, and I've enjoyed this, right? I've been stopped on, walking in the store and whatever else out in the parking lot. Hey, Chris, I like what you're doing, but just give me a little bit more reason why you're really focused on this, right? And I said, because I've never been the real, hey, I'm going to have a bill every 2 weeks introduced and, a press release and all that. That's just never been the kind of person and senator that I believe that is effective just for me, right? I mean, it's others, that's cool. I'm not knocking it, but I'm just saying that's not what I do, right? So I was like, to me, when you have to focus, and that's what I ran on. You focus on the fact that the administration has this immense power, and the responsibility of the legislature is to check that power where the rubber meets the road, and that's exactly everything you've been talking about. I mean, these stories are going over time and time again. Above step recruitment issues, money going here, money going there, having to match local funds. I haven't even seen the CRER for December yet. Having to match local funds with a resource to help our businesses survive when there's ARP money available. All this stuff happens because the execution of the laws of Guam and all of the things that control the government, it's a tedious process. And if you don't focus on the accountability of what's going on, and you only pay attention to the distractions that are put up around you, that's how we lose so much time and we don't keep track of what's going on. Thank God for the media. Thank God for what you guys are doing and everything else by bringing up these issues, because otherwise, you can see what happens to us. We just get ignored. Yeah. And we're duly elected individuals, responsible for that co-equal branch of government.
Yep. I mean, it's a slippery slope, Senator. What we've seen is that the governor flexed her authority during this pandemic. You guys flinched, and the rest is history. She just kept going with it, and now it's a position where, you guys have been painted into a corner where, the governor has limited. I feel like she's really limited how you guys can interact, and it is what it is.
Well, Chris, and you know this, and I hope you're going to be in a chair one day, and some of your other friends who have really understood what's going on here. The body will act as a body, but an individual senator has their own power too. Yeah. I'm not going to stop talking about this. Yeah. I'm not going to stop focusing on this. Do I have 2 or 3 bills in the pipe to introduce next year that are going to be associated with economic development, diversity, and things? Yes, they're coming, and they're going to be good bills. But what am I going to concentrate on right now? If I'm that one senator, or with Senator Brown, or with Senator Jim, or Senator Tony, or Senator Frank, or other groups of the minority, or other individual senators, Speaker Talahi, who's been absolutely a leader as far as I'm concerned in making sure checks and balances are there. Hey, to me, if the body cannot move with a majority, the body can still move. with a group of individuals or individuals speaking out saying, I'm not with that. I'm not with abrogating our responsibility, and we're just not going to do it.
Yep.
If I could give a gift to the people of Guam, going into Christmas, I hope it would be a gift. It's that I'll never stop fighting for making sure that you got the information you need with your resources, your tax dollars, federal money that's designed to help you and serve you. I will continue to be that person that's pushing the button.
Thank you, Senator. We got to go at the top of the hour. I did want to ask you about a couple of things. Well, first of all, that Supreme Court ruling, death to the game rooms. I mean, this took long enough, right? And I'm sure you saw that ruling here where they finally ruled on the Liberty machines, and the AG said that they're going to begin the enforcement process. It's been a long, drawn-out thing, and I just really feel like the only reason why these Liberty machines, these game rooms, have been allowed to thrive on our island is because the political power of people like Senator Amanda Shelton and her family, which is very involved with these game rooms, and we all know who's involved with the game rooms. So I feel like some people having a not so Merry Christmas.
I've always believed that those machines are a scourge on our island. I've never supported their existence, and I'm glad the ruling came forward. One of the reasons why the legislature really never had a role here is because of the fact that there never was a duly adopted law, Chris. This had to be a lawsuit. This had to be the AG. And I tell you, this over decade-long fight, it's amazing it's taken this long to get here. But you simply cannot have a process in law, and that's what the Supreme Court said. You simply cannot have a process in law whereby the statutory requirements of public hearings, notices, and everything that's associated with rules and regulations to be adopted is foregone. And that's why they said there is only one fix to this if you want to seek a remedy, and that's the legislature. But I'm a no vote on that.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm wondering is, are we going to see next year any of these shady senators trying to introduce a bill that, undoes what this court ruling has found?
I don't know, Chris, but Mark, I know you mark the segments on your show. I'm a no vote on any introduction of a bill like that.
Thank you, Senator. Hey, Merry Christmas. Right on. Are you singing at any of the masses?
I've been singing on the side. There's a
you got a side gig, huh?
Yeah, there's that COVID restriction, and so there's just the three guys up there, and they're doing a great job. Yeah. I just kind of moral support and sing on the bleachers on the side. That's what some of us choir members that aren't part of the first string right now, and in all fairness, I stepped aside because I am unvaccinated, and a lot of people know that. And I've never hidden from that. So I want to also just make sure that I, live by the rules as well, making sure that as long as there is, a distinction, that I keep everybody safe, keep myself safe, and make sure that, I'm a team player. And
so
until
you're not a crazy unvaxxed person. You're just unvaxxed.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just a regular COVID survivor.
Wait, can unvaccinated people sing though?
Yeah, absolutely. Unvaccinated people can sing, but I'm not saying it's a rule that was imposed. I imposed it upon myself because I want to make sure that I don't go against what things are called for in terms of commingling in areas and stuff. And so I just made that personal decision. But I'm there for moral support. I sing on the side, and when this thing works out, I'm hoping that someday I can rejoin the active family on the bleachers.
Senator, you can still harmonize from 6 feet away, though. That totally works.
Maybe I sing a little louder because I'm in the bleachers.
Right.
There you go.
Hey, thank you, Senator, for your time this morning.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, take care. Merry Christmas to all of you guys. I really mean it. And people of Guam, God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Amen. It's 8:02. We're going on KUAM TV. Yes, we are. You know it. On this eve of Christmas Eve on the Breeze side, we're KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. KUAM TV, here we come. Good morning. Good morning, Guam, and good morning, KUAM TV. Merry Christmas.
Dania Heights Mayor's Office again,
Yes.
who gifted us with
Can
this.
we show that on TV? Can we show the salami rose? This has got to be
That is amazing.
That's one of the great inventions. A rose made out of meat. Meat.
There we are in the Joser cam. So the hardworking ladies, and I mean they represent an entire team of people. But at the Agana Heights Mayor's office, my roots are there. That's my grandparents' village. You know, my heart. I grew up walking around the streets in Agana Heights all my life as a kid. You know, would hang out at Fort Apugan with my cousins. But look at that. Just to share in the Hafaday spirit.
You think you could eat that whole rose, Jay?
Absolutely.
Of the salami?
Man, that is good.
You know what I want to do? I want to get my torch. I got this can of butane. It's got the torch on it that you use to like melt cheese or whatever. I want to get my torch and I want to torch the top of that salami rose. Give it like a little crisp. You know what I mean?
Can you toast us the salami or?
Toast us the salami. That sounds like code for something. Hey, what do you want for Christmas? Can you toast us my salami?
Isn't that
a day?
Yeah. Chris is gonna put that on Instagram. He's gonna be, hey, I'm at malfunction. Toast us my salami. Link in bio.
Hi, Tomas. Good morning.
Yeah. On that note, Tomas.
Good morning. What a segue. I don't know how to catch
No,
that.
we're just bringing you in the conversation because it's the eve of Christmas Eve. So this is like our little gathering for, the Christmas. So
Think about it this
Merry
way, bro.
Christmas.
You got nowhere to go but up now.
Is it snowing over there in the NMI now?
What was that?
Is it snowing in the Northern Mariana Islands?
Yeah, we just got our first layer. of snow.
Fresh powder in Middle Road.
Yeah, because they're they're northern. They're more northern than us. Tomas Maglonias. He's coming up with regional news covering all things CNMI for us over there in the Commonwealth. And Mom, before we're going to do the news, we're going to get to you, but just officially, what would you say the Christmas spirit rating is over there in the CNMI?
I think it's still pretty high. Yeah. Yesterday, these past few weeks, Toys for Tots was in motion. Folks getting toys for their kids. People planning family gatherings. Yesterday on our daily question, we asked what precautions people are taking, and they said not really much. We're gathering, so it looks like spirits are high.
Yep. They said the Omicron variant's about 7 to 8 more times infectious than the contagious than the Delta. What about the Christmas spirit? Do you think that it's more contagious than Omicron?
I think people are, gonna gather and spend time with their families, especially if they're boosted. The CNMI is now at a 92% vaccination rate, so that's really high, just in a matter of weeks since the surge started. So, of course, the hospital is saying if you gather, make sure you're vaccinated, boosted, and that you become creative in the ways that you gather to live COVID safe. So. Christmas is not canceled, but the way you celebrate it looks a little different.
Yeah, so it's definitely a tale of two Christmases between Guam and the CNMI, right, Tomas?
Yes, but no restrictions here. So we'll see how holiday gatherings.
One thing we haven't really touched on, Tomas, since you've been out there doing your reporting is how are religious ceremonies and services being handled there, especially with Christmas coming up.
There's not much that has changed.
So pretty much like status quo right now.
Yeah.
All right.
What are your plans for Christmas, Tomas? He's supposed to come back to Guam. He's got a lot of family in NMI, and then because of this whole impeachment,
and then that impeachment thing happened.
Right. So he's staying back, but you're actually spending Christmas where you want to spend it, right?
Yeah, I'm spending Christmas with family here. We're having a small gathering with everyone who's boosted, and it'll be outdoors. So that's our little way of preserving the holidays around here.
And I must actually, Chris, I must say, if I may cut it, we started running. We've had our team, testimonials about how our favorite Christmas memories, and Tomas actually started running today on the link and everything. He gives this wonderful recollection of what'd you say, holidays spent when I was on Rhoda, barbecuing, volleyball, and everything?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We've been celebrating outdoors ever since. So this new guideline.
Yeah. And you're wearing the same shirt too, so the bonus points.
Yeah, and so we're just hoping that more people are getting their boosters, and that if you haven't seen someone for a long time, if it's been months, that you also kind of create that distance and wear your mask. Other than rather than not doing that anyway. So yeah, people are adapting. So we're 2 years into this pandemic.
Thank you, Tomas. We'll get back to you for official business with our CNMI regional news update. It is 8:09, Thursday, December 23rd. Our 8 o'clock newscast is brought to you by Pacific Points. And here for Sabrina Salas-Matanani with the very latest. Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning, and we are going to go back to the newsroom where our Tyler Matanani is standing by, and she has this morning's link update with all your Guam news headlines.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Bonnet and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on the link. At today's public health press briefing, Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero spoke on President Biden's plan to distribute 500 million at-home test kits next month, and if Guam will be getting any.
Meetings and public health will be looking into it and making sure that because right now it's not available. Like if you mentioned, it's going to be within the next month. But that once it does become available, that they will put it on a website or give out PSAs on how to obtain these kits.
With this announcement from the president, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero stated, quote, "We look forward to receiving these at-home test kits in the new year and here at home. We continue to stay the course with aggressive vaccination efforts and a continued mask mandate." Dr. Leon Guerrero continues to make a plea to those who haven't been vaccinated to do so, and for those eligible for the booster to take it after their 6-month waiting period. The governor has vetoed a bill that would have legalized firearm suppressors on Guam. Senator Tony Atta's measure, which passed by a slim 7-6 vote, was meant to provide hearing protection for gun users during training or other activity. But in her veto message, Governor Leon Guerrero said that the benefits of removing suppressor restrictions do not outweigh the associated risks. She said the sound of gunfire is one of the most easily recognizable warnings that a weapon has been fired in a person's vicinity, and it enables that person to get to safety. The governor states that on balance, we must continue to prioritize the community's safety from potentially life-threatening harm over the auditory safety of the few. She adds that gun users' hearing concerns can otherwise be mitigated by the proper use of earplugs or earmuffs. In what may be the final decision in the long-running legal battle over local gaming devices, the Guam Supreme Court has ruled that electronic casino gaming machines cannot be lawfully licensed here. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The Supreme Court ruling follows more than 13 years of protracted litigation between gaming machine owners and the Attorney General's office. AG Levin Camacho says the High Court's opinion affirms their argument that gambling devices cannot and should not be licensed here.
This is a significant case and just very important for our office to finish what we've started.
In 2008, the AG's office advised the Department of Revenue and Taxation against issuing licenses for some 1,200 casino-type gaming machines. The OAG had argued that they were in fact gambling devices and thus were in violation of the amusement device licensing laws.
The wrinkle was there were these rules and regulations that were adopted, were sent to the legislature without public hearing, without public notice, without an opportunity for the public to be heard on what exactly they're proposing. And under those rules and regs, these machines have been allowed to operate until we won before the trial court last year.
The rules and regs were meant to grandfather in the licenses of the existing machines and prohibit the import of any new ones. But Camacho says the High Court has affirmed very clearly that the proper administrative adjudication procedures were not followed in adopting the rules and regs, so they're void, as well as the licenses.
Under the standard process, there's about a few weeks for the parties to request a rehearing. And if they don't request it at that point, the Supreme Court will issue a mandate, and that will conclusively end the case. So there is still a potential for the court to reconsider its opinion that it issued yesterday. We anticipate anywhere from weeks to months that mandate will be issued, and then it'll affirm the trial court judgment. And at that point, we're going to have to move into the enforcement phase.
He says Reventax has not renewed any of the device licenses, so they can no longer legally operate. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
After concluding their investigation, officers with the Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division arrested 24-year-old Bradley Jared Borja relative to an auto crash near Smith Bridge in Jigo that occurred on August 19. The crash resulted in the death of a woman. As we reported, Borja's white Buick was heading south when it collided head-on with a woman driving a gray Nissan Kicks. Borja was arrested for vehicular homicide, reckless driving with injuries, DWI, vehicular negligence, no driver's license, among other charges. He was booked and confined. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Okay.
Get
We'll
more.
do Well, let's get you up to speed on that protest that happened yesterday on the lawn of the governor's complex down at Adelup, as the Prutehi Liteksen group held a peaceful protest, saying that GovGuam leaders need to listen up because the water concern is real.
They've been asking for years. Now they're not asking. They're telling the officials that they want the Red Hill facility to be shut down.
The local activist group, Prutehi Liteksen Save Vertidian, held a peaceful protest at Adelup on Tuesday in response to the ongoing Red Hill water crisis in Hawaii. The U.S. Navy's bulk underground fuel reserve ruptured in early December, contaminating Oahu's primary drinking water supply, poisoning thousands of people. The aquifer supplies water to 400,000 residents and visitors. PLSR's Maria Hernandez.
We decided to come out to show solidarity with all those who have been affected. There are so many people who are reporting health impacts.
Several community members came together for chanting and song, followed by an art demonstration. Hernandez said they stand in solidarity with Hawaii, urging the Biden administration to put an end to Red Hill.
They've been kind of sounding the alarm for years before this fuel leak happened. Officials were telling them that, there was nothing to be concerned about.
But fast forward now, and the storage facility, which holds up to 250 million gallons of fuel, has now had 2 major fuel leaks this year alone. However, military officials told lawmakers that the recent contamination was due to a jet fuel spill near the facility. More than 4,000 people have been affected, while thousands have been displaced. 12 elementary schools have reported students getting sick due to the contamination.
The reason why the fuel facility is still there is because they're being told that it's for national security purposes.
She says there's no security until we have clean water. Guam faces similar threats with the construction of the U.S. Marine Live Fire Training Range complex being built above the northern aquifer lens, which provides 80 to 90% of the island's drinking water.
6.7 million bullets are proposed to be shot above our main water source with the establishment of the Live Fire Training Range complex. In addition to that, the Navy's own environmental studies have stated that the overpumping of the aquifer will result in saltwater intrusion into our aquifer.
But despite 3 resolutions that call attention to the threats, the plans to build the range are still moving forward.
There are so many communities, indigenous communities, that are really fighting to protect their main water sources in Okinawa, Native American communities in the continental United States. There are fuel pipelines that are putting their water sources at risk. We still have the opportunity now to stop harmful development, stop the firing range complex, stop the military buildup before, we're in the position that Hawaii is in, and it's a real threat.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
All right, Governor Lulian Guerrero says that she has appointed a cabinet member to a classified position, and as our Chris Barnett continues his ongoing coverage of the above-step recruitment issue, it begs the question, what about the merit system?
It's the latest above-step recruitment making waves. It's the latest above-step recruitment making waves. Public Health in a release saying they intend to hire Department of Youth Affairs Deputy Director and Lou and Josh cabinet member Crescinda Uggan at an above-step salary. Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera telling KUAM News there were other applicants for the Human Services Administrator position Uggan applied for, and both Carrera and Adelup Communications Director Crystal Pacos and Augustine also told KUAM Uggan's hiring was not final. But that is not what we heard today. What we did hear, coming straight from the governor, Uggan has been appointed to a classified position. This action by the governor appearing to fly in the face of the merit system, which aims to keep government hiring from being a political spoils system. The merit system, legally defined as the practice of hiring and promoting employees based on their competence rather than political favoritism. Classified employees are subject to the merit system and have more job security than unclassified political hires, who often lose their jobs when their governor loses an election. As reported, Uggan is the sister of the governor's chief of staff, John Jr. Calvo. Her father, Juan Calvo, is the chairman of the Civil Service Commission, and her husband, Tony Uggan, has been detailed to Public Health as the acting Human Resources Administrator. Even though Public Health should be the official hiring authority for its classified applicants, the governor tells KUAM she made the call to hire Uggan.
Now, I know there's a big criticism about Crescenda out there, and I have to defend my decision to appoint Crescenda in that job. Crescenda is going to be the administrator of the Division of Child Wellness Program in Public Health. If you read her resume, she is very competent. She has a Bachelor's of Arts in Child Care. She's worked in children environment.
It's unclear how the governor's authority allows her to appoint a cabinet member into a classified position, totally disregarding the application process that was announced for the position Uggan will apparently be filling.
There's no, bad things or abnormal, irregular, illegal things that are happening. No way. I want the people to know that. Our administration is on board. We are on top. We are transparent. And this is what we want to do, to give the people the service that they deserve.
The governor also defended above-step recruitments, saying they've been around since day one of government. Above-step recruitment, when a person is hired at a salary amount higher than they would normally make entering a position because of recruitment difficulty, outstanding qualifications, or exceptional education or experience. Senators have questioned the above-step hiring process, saying it doesn't allow for fair competition for jobs, and in some cases, it appears to favor those with connections to the administration. But the governor countered those arguments, saying above-step recruitment is crucial to give value to jobs.
Above-step recruitment is done not just frivolously. It's done to provide competent workers to service the public, right? And above-step recruitment is not a new thing. Above-step recruitment has been happening from day one of government. This is government's way of giving you the value of what your job is about. It works everywhere. Private organizations do it all the time.
Uggan will be paid $71,000 in salary alone in her new position. Adelup did not respond to questions we sent relative to any conflicts of interest in the recruitment of.
Okay, Tomas Manglona continues to stand by, and we'll get to him in just a moment. But we're going to lead into his report by letting you know that the vote to impeach CNMI Governor Ralph Torres could happen now in a matter of weeks. There is a timeline on this emerging issue. Tomas sits down with some lawmakers who are leading the charge to that.
At the end of the day, when it comes to policy decisions, right, it's a numbers game. And he sees the numbers, and we could have railroaded it, but I didn't want to go that way.
House Speaker Edmund Villagomez formed a 9-member bipartisan special investigating committee on impeachment to deliberate on the resolution backed by at least 13 lawmakers, one shy of the 14 votes the House would need to impeach Governor Ralph Torres.
There's people out there that want to see this expedited, and then there are some that agree with the process. So I feel that this is the fair way to go.
The committee has 30 days to take action, which could include a vote by all 20 lawmakers as soon as mid-January. It comes after months of hearings by the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee.
we wouldn't necessarily be doing everything over again because we have all the documents, all the exhibits. I believe this is a fair committee composition.
However, the governor might not agree. Torres called out Representative Tina Sablan, a Democrat running for governor, saying she shouldn't be a member. She is now and says it isn't out of bounds.
Let me start by being very clear. I do support impeachment. I signed that resolution, and I will be voting yes when it gets to the floor. And I came to this conclusion after nearly 2 years of reviewing thousands upon thousands of pages of the governor's own records of expenditures.
A historic test of checks and balances in a battle for power.
The governor does not control the legislature. He doesn't get to decide who should be involved and who should not be involved. It's not up to him to determine the terms of his own investigation and impeachment. This is a legislative process.
Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News on Saipan.
All right, everybody, and now Tomas is actually joining us once again in the Zoom room. Tomas, interesting developments out there now, as you said. There is somewhat of a timetable that's being projected for when the impeachment could happen if it comes to that.
Yes, sources tell me that it is likely to happen in just a matter of weeks, mid-January, in fact. And this morning, the chair of the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee hinted that the impeachment vote actually could happen earlier. Selena Babauta, a representative who chairs the committee that has been investigating the governor, posted online, quote, "While I oppose Speaker Villagomez's decision to create a special committee, I have every confidence and full faith in the leadership committee under Chairman BJ Attall's leadership. We stand ready to deliver the people's mandate. We are focused and our conviction is unwavering." She writes that she wants to assure everyone that the House leadership is working hard and that this process will play out. And of course, that committee being formed to quote unquote provide a fair impeachment process to Governor Ralph Torres. And so we're going to stay tuned to the latest on that. But wanted to shift gears, of course, as the CNMI continues to experience its COVID-19 surge. Last night, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation reports 61 new cases of COVID-19 on December 20th, bringing the total to 2,641 cases since March of 2020. They also report that 1,615 recoveries have been made. There are 730 active cases and 12 individuals hospitalized now as a result of COVID-19, 9 of whom are unvaccinated, 3 are vaccinated, and 1 is on a ventilator while 1 was discharged. We also wanted to share that as of yesterday, there have been 2,315 new cases since October 28 in this surge that we are currently in. And wanted to also share some more news, this time out of the Marianas Visitors Authority. In a press release yesterday, they write that the first flights from Korea to the CNMI since March 2020 are being supported and planned by the Visitors Authority. And so those first flights since the pandemic started from Korea will begin starting on December 29th. And so in just about a week, the 3 flights will come by Jeju Air on Saipan on December 29th, January 5th, and January 12th. The managing director of the Marianas Visitors Authority, Priscilla Jacopo says, quote, "With the welcomed restoration of jobs at hotels, restaurants, and travel agencies, as well as increased government and business revenue, we've seen flights resume from Seoul in July, and we are now working with our industry partners to try to reopen Busan." And so, again, there just a slight correction that the first flights from Busan, Korea, will be arriving on December 29. And so, with that spirit of more tourists arriving and the holidays right around the corner, yesterday also, CNMI Governor Ralph Torres granted administrative leave for all non-critical Commonwealth employees. He says in the spirit of the holiday season, he's authorizing all non-critical employees of the government to take administrative leave starting today at 12 p.m. He says, as this year comes to a close, let's be reminded that despite our differences, we remain united. And so, Chris and Jace, those are some of the latest headlines. And next week on Pacific Matters, we'll be providing an overview, a recap of how we got to this beginning of the impeachment process. We've been reporting on this process since it first started as a meeting between lawmakers last year, really, and when the Open Government Act request, the request for public information was put together. So next week on Pacific Matters, we're dedicating the entire show to looking back at that coverage and how we got here in the first place.
Real quick, I just wanted to ask, because going back to the impeachment storyline, right? Obviously, when you look at it from a tactical perspective, right, the people that are in favor of impeaching Governor Torres would say, let's do this, yesterday. Let's really move on this, right? Have you any indication, or have you talked to anybody that they said maybe Governor Torres as a counter argument would say, if there's a movement against me, fine, and I accept, that's the business I'm in, but we're also in the middle of a pandemic, we're having a surge and everything like that. This just isn't the right time to have such a massive change in leadership and everything. Is there anything that would indicate to that end?
Yes, and that's something that the House Speaker has said himself, that there are folks who want to see this happen right away and others who want to see, maybe the process be a little bit more prolonged. We do understand that they probably could have had the vote this week if they wanted to, I suppose. But they're waiting to go through this process. And one thing that they point out is that this is a similar process as it was for Governor Fitiel, who was impeached but ultimately resigned before the Senate could act on any of that. And so we'll see. The committee has 30 days. The clock began yesterday, so now that goes to 29 days. But we'll see. Mid-January is what we're hearing when a vote will happen. And the governor at the press conference that we tapped into here on the link a few days ago did acknowledge the House has the numbers, but he believes he'll be okay in the Senate and has confidence in the process there.
Interesting how there is evidence that this has happened before and everything, but of course, the situation in the world, obviously night and days difference and everything like that. So good hustle, man. We appreciate it. And have a safe flight back.
Thank you so much. Have a great holiday, everyone.
All right. Merry Christmas, Tomas.
8:30. Let's continue with our 8 o'clock newscast here, brought to you by Pacific Points. Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, let's take a look now at the ongoing issue of plastic bags on our island, because starting on December 31st, grocery stores, retailers, and restaurants will no longer be able to legally use the plastic bags to island residents after New Year's Eve.
Grocery stores, retail stores, and restaurants will no longer be legally able to hand out plastic bags to island residents after Friday, December 31st. Public Law 35-130 bans the distribution of single-use carryout bags effective January 1st, 2022, which was passed by the Guam legislature in June 2018. It was authored by former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee as a way to reduce Guam's plastic waste. Guam is one of the last U.S. territories to impose this law. To help residents with the transition from plastic bags to reusable bags, the Guam Green Growth, better known as G3, launched its Bring Your Own Bag Weekly campaign in early November. G3 Sustainability Coordinator Phil Cruz and Project Coordinator Anania Nauta explained the outreach's mission.
With our campaign, we are going to all 19 villages, visiting different retail stores, but primarily mom and pop stores. And we're helping the community transition to this new law by giving out our G3 reusable bags. Because the law will take effect on January 1st. Giving them this bag will hopefully translate to a behavior change with them, that they will bring this bag. We do come across some customers who are already bringing their bag, which is great. And so we do like to see that. But we haven't, I think because of the...
On top of handing out bags, we're also trying to engage a lot of people in the community from with our wave on the side of the road. So every time we're at a mom and pop store or a retail store, we're also waving on the side to show that everyone passing by that we are really trying to promote this Bring Your Own Bag campaign. And
according to the Island-wide Beautification Task Force, in a 2019 monthly beach cleanup, IBTF and community partners picked up 2 tons of plastics, recyclables, potentially harmful items, and trash. If businesses are not in compliance with the law, all establishments will be fined $500 on the first offense, after that up to $10,000. Although the law goes into effect by the beginning of 2022, Cruz says that they plan to extend the campaign into next year.
On ordering more to continue this even into next year after the law is implemented. We still want to have those reusable bags in stock just to continue helping the community with this transition.
G3 will be handing out free black foldable reusable bags with their logo on the front at the Santa Rita store from 7 to 8 a.m. For more information, you can visit guamgreengrowth.org. Reporting for Guam News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
All right, we're going to go back into the KUM News Zoom room now, where Dr. Ho Wen is the founder of the American Medical Center. That's why I got it. Red Doc. I've been saying it so many times. I have to remind myself a couple times. But good morning. Good to see you, Doctor.
Thanks for joining us, Doc. Just wanted to get you on to kind of get your reaction to President Biden's announcement about, he's making big plans to combat the Omicron variant. What was your takeaway from that, Doc?
Yeah, it's right now, as you know, when the Omicron was out sometime in November, early December, we say that December is going to be taking over the whole United States sooner or later by sometime December. So right now, with all the cases positive in the state, about 70 or 73% are all Omicron. It's really spread very, very fast in the state. And I think everyone right now, we know that the symptoms are somewhat mild, but we're going to wait for about a week to 2 weeks to see if the hospitalization in the state are going up or not because of that. I think that's why they all worry that will be overwhelming the hospitalization again for the state. But we keep our fingers crossed. Right now, I think the hospitalization is up about 4%, so it's not that bad. But going to the holiday with the influenza on top of the Omicron and some of the Delta still there, they just worry about that the hospitalization will be overwhelmed again, like the last surge. But I think that they are prepared to do a lot of testing. I know they bought a lot of tests to give out to people at home to use to do self-tests. And that's just one way for people to do. And we see that in Guam already. We see quite a few people that the past few days that test positive at home as a home test, and they come into a clinic for confirmation tests. So we're really glad that people are doing that and take the initiative to protect themselves and their family. So it's very good. So those are good. There's a lot of initiatives there, Chris, that Biden have, and I think that is very aggressive. But I think it's good at this point because we go into the holiday when there's a lot of gathering, and you can see. I went to the mall the other day, like you do, and the mall is packed. So there's potential. There's a surge there if we don't use our masks and do the right things. So it's okay. I think it's well worth the time we want to do that.
Doc, what's your message to people out here as we prepare to celebrate Christmas?
So what I do is that we see probably starting this week that we see that some people on the flight that flew in from the state and they get sick a day or two when they get here. So that means that they don't get the virus from here. They bring it in from the state. So even our policy in the clinic now that if you have a history of travel from the state to Guam within 1 week and you are positive, we're going to repeat the swab and do a PCR and send that to public health to request for the genome sequencing, just make sure that it's not Omicron. We see in the clinic about 3-4 cases already. So that people are doing fine on the plane when they get here. They get sick on the next day, and then they come in test positive for COVID. So I would say that if you have relatives that come in from the state please really watch the symptom. The symptoms are very atypical. It's like body ache, fatigue, headaches, a little bit of cough and cold. There's no fever that we pick up at, but they all test positive. So if you have relatives coming from the state, please watch it. Get themselves tested because you can test everywhere. It doesn't cost anything. So please go to TGen or to clinic, get tested, and make sure that you protect your family and the people that come and visit you. So pay real close attention. I say Omicron probably the next week or so, it'll probably be 85-90% of all the positive in the state. And it's very infectious, much more than Delta. If someone coming from the state again that will visit you, watch for their symptoms. They have a symptom. You can do a home test if you want. If it's positive, please come to a clinic for confirmation or go to TGen and have them tested there. But to let them know that you just come in from the state or somewhere in Asia that travel to Guam.
Doc,
Okay, so-
the positives you've been having at the clinic, were these individuals who traveled into Guam, were they vaccinated?
They are fully vaccinated. They have 2 shots. Again, the message to people like this, Chris, that they need to know about Omicron, right? And you have 2 things when you get the vaccine. Omicron, because it's so infectious, you're about 30 to 40%. If you're fully vaccinated, that protect you from getting the virus. Okay. Now that's for getting the virus, the 30, 40%. Now, if you are boosted, okay, then if you get the virus, it's about 75% or so protecting you from getting severe symptom. Okay, so with Omicron, fully vaccinated doesn't mean that you won't get the virus. I want to make that very clear that, this thing is very unique. So you have, only 30, 40% protected if you're fully vaccinated. So I think during the holiday, the gathering had to be careful, and you need to use your mask in public if possible. I think it's mandatory, but I would use your mask as much as possible to protect yourself. Again, we're going to have some gathering during Christmas and New Year, and hopefully coming to 2022 that we don't see the surge of the case in Guam. So yeah, wear your mask, social distance as much as possible, and wash your hand. Okay, and again, vax or unvax doesn't make any difference. Okay, the only positive about the vax people is that if they boosted, then they have a less chance of have severe symptoms. But that's the only difference. But both of them will get infected if you don't wear your mask and do the social distance and the hand washing. So just use your best judgment as possible during the gathering, the Christmas and New Year, and protect yourself and the family. Okay.
No double dipping in the Finadeni. Get your own Finadeni bowl, right, Doc?
Let's try, but guys, it's really we know that it's going to come sooner or later. I think that public health have a plan together. I hope, and I hope that we roll out the testing as quick as possible. If we see that the number pick up, if we identify a case of Omicron in the community, we definitely will expect there's a surge, just like the previous one. Hopefully, like I say, it's hold true that the symptom is not as severe.
Yeah, Doc. I mean, I actually interviewed Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero, the interim chief medical officer of public health. It was a few weeks ago, and he said, "Oh, probably it's already here." But do you think if Omicron was here, that we'd be seeing a big number of positives? Or, you know what? I don't know, Doc. I think people, if it's mild, then they're probably not going to show up and get tested. So it's real hard to get a read on it, right? Until we send the samples off.
Yeah. Maybe I think we are sending a sample to Hawaii now to get the 4 or 5 days, so less than a week turnaround time. You know, to send the CDC techno 3 or 4 weeks is crazy. That's ridiculous. You know, you're way behind the power curve already. But I sincerely don't think that we have Omicron yet on the island. Because I tell you, you will see people come in and you see the case going up. You know, it's supposed to be double the infection rate, you know, every 3 to 4 days. So I tell you, if it's here, you will see the positive take off just like the last surge. So I don't think it's here yet. There's but the few people that come in from off island that test positive, they are very, very responsible. So I really appreciate them for doing that. They identify the symptom right away and they isolate themselves right away. So I tell you, thank you so much for them for doing that. You know, because that's really helped our community a whole lot. So again, the message to people is that if you travel off island back to Guam, visitor, if you have any symptom, don't care body ache or headache or fatigue, please come in and get tested. We got to protect our community here.
Thank you, Doc. Merry Christmas.
Okay, same to you. I'm be off to Florida tomorrow, so on Saturday.
Are you going to go see your brother?
Yeah, I'm going to see my mom's.
Oh, your mom. Okay, right. Well, be safe there in Florida because it's pretty wide open.
I know.
Don't lick anything.
Days are going up like crazy, but we'll wear my mask for sure.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Doc.
Thanks,
Merry
guys.
Christmas. Have a safe trip. There you go, Dr. Ho Wen, former chair of the Physicians Advisory Group. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore, offering everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and a whole lot more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Marianas Irrigation and Landscape in Barrigada for Christmas. They got your Christmas presents. Along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more info. Now shipping to surrounding islands. And Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, proud to present this look at sports. It's KUAM Sports Link with David Delgado from the KUAM Sports Team. Good morning.
Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
Big shout out to Guam's Geraldine Mesa for placing first at the 2021 Sherwood Classic NPC National Championships held at the Orlando Convention Center in Florida. Mesa competed in the Bikini Class A division. With the win, Geraldine has now earned her pro card. Guam's top bowlers converged at the Central Lanes Bowling Center to contest the coveted 2021 Budweiser King and Prince of the Lanes Grand Finals crown. The competitors consisted of the monthly winners and top bowlers from the leaderboard who accumulated points during the year-long qualifiers. Fourth seed J.D. Castro beat third seed Aaron Elliott 212-164 for the King of the Lanes title. Claricel Lanuza claimed the 2021 Budweiser Prince of the Lanes title with a 160 plus 36 to 152 plus 12 outing over Nick Gutierrez. Switching over to some soccer news, the U10 division of the Jingle Bell Soccer Tournament took center stage in the event's final week at the Guam Football Association National Training Center, with Community First Days in Dedido Soccer Club Blue winning over the Fighting Wolves. In the division's third place match, the Southern Cobras took home the bronze medals. Let's recap this year's Uproar Slay Games from Custom Fitness, brought to you by Coors Light, Clutch Guam, and KUAM Sports.
great time. I think the audience, the spectators, the athletes themselves, it was such a great time.
I love the environment, man. It's like, it doesn't matter what gym you come from, everyone's cheering you on, and it just gives you all that energy to just try your best all the time, man.
I enjoy the teams out here. Everyone was super friendly, trying to cheer each other on, and it feels like home, you know?
McDonald's High School Basketball Classic at the Jungle. ND and Ukudu lacing up. Jason Santos showing his range with the corner three for the Royals. ND trying to attack the paint. Ball gets stripped by Pizzo Orichiro. Kick out pass to Jose Suarez, who pulls up for the deep ball. Orichiro was cooking it up, dishing dimes. Drew Quito was eating. Pull-up jumper is money. Bulldogs with the lead in the second half. Santiago dribbles left and decides to pull up for the long two. Hits the shot from up top. Ukudu pulls off the win behind Jose Suarez, who led the way with 11 points. Warriors and Islanders hitting the court for their anticipated matchup. St. Paul's Rue Ventura cleaning up around the rim with the putback. Kirsten Guzman to the cutting Carl Vinca for the easy two. St. Paul led 36-27 after 3 quarters of play. Jacob Miranda hits the corner three. Mark Morales answers with the three for JFK. Islanders trailed 38-32 with 4:23 left on the clock. Josiah Quintanilla draining the long two here. Big man Christian Guzman showing his passing skills. Nice assist to Vinca for the basket and the foul. JFK tied the game at 38 with under 2 minutes left in regulation. The game went into overtime with the game tied at 40. Guzman and Vinca took over in OT. Christian Guzman finished with 17 points as the Islanders held on for the win 57-47. Carl Vinca chipped in with a team-high 23 points. Programming news now. You know we got you covered for all your NFL action. Monday, December 27th on the stations of KUAM. 4 in the morning, NFL on CBS, KUAM TV 11, Buffalo Bills at New England Patriots. Keep it locked to KUAM TV 11, 7:25 in the morning. More NFL on CBS, Pittsburgh Steelers at Kansas City Chiefs.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Thank you, David Delgado, with SportsLink again, brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. Let's go ahead and move right into this season's eatings segment with one of my favorite people in the world, not me, Auntie Natty.
Oh, nice.
Yes, this is the one, right, sir? Yes, got it.
This is a classic moment from the KUM vault.
Yes, from the archives.
Yeah.
It's Auntie Natty Calvo of Agotnia Heights and myself making Bunella's Dogu, and it's today's season's eatings. Merry Christmas.
Purple one, and this is the purple. I told my daughter, I said, tell Chris to scrape it off, and when it's purple, that's the one for Bunella's. Yeah. The other one is white. We don't use that for Bunella's. The other one is for soup, for kaddu. Yeah. Okay? So kaddu this is actually kaddu binadu, metallic, right? Kaddu metallic. So this is the one, actually, the chamorros that I learned from my mother and other old people. This is what they use for the Bunella's dogu.
And so this is the dogu. We're going to make the Bunella's dogu. And it's getting kind of hard to find this. Because the pigs, there's a lot of wild pigs now, and they're digging it up, right?
Yes,
so it's harder to find.
They're very smart. Yeah.
They know the good
stuff. One.
So we got that Purps right here, the purple one, and the first step, Auntie Natty, is we're gonna clean this off, right?
It's already clean, thank God. It's not, because when I clean this myself, very dirty, very dirty. The old people said that can make you, what's that? grass,
Yeah.
grass, and
Yeah.
itchy.
Yeah.
So I try not to use much water. Okay, and then if I do that, I don't know, I'm always lucky, I guess. There you are scraping it. Our Bonellis at the time, we don't put sugar in it. We just ate it, but we didn't have any syrup right after the war. So what they do, the water that they had, they put it in a little bowl, and then they put sugar in it, and that's where we did our Bonellis, and it's super good. We don't eat it too when it's cold. It's right after cooking it from the stove, the outdoor stove. And it's so delicious, very delicious.
So I'm just trying to get all the purple off, right?
Uh-huh. That's good.
You want to be doing this with a sharp knife?
You want me to try this?
So yeah, I picked this one at the vegetable store.
Ah, you're so lucky.
So this is really interesting because we're making the Bonellis Doggo from scratch. And now you'll see on the side of the road, people actually selling the batter.
Right.
And so this generation, it's very easy to just do that and forget how to make it, you know?
No, but one thing about the batter, I'm always scared.
All right, so we've peeled and cleaned the doggo, and now, Auntie Nanti, we're gonna grate it.
I would call it excess.
Excess, there you go.
Excess. And this is how you do it. You know, I watched my mother doing this, and she's such a pro.
How many times did it take you to get the recipe and the frying right? Was it right after your mother taught you, or did it take you a few years?
No, I don't do it right away. I just put it in my mind until the time comes that I want to do it because my mother's not around. So then I did it, and one of my nieces, they were very young at the time, and they were here. They saw me doing it, and then they waited, and then afterward they tried it, like how we ate it too, right from the stove. Our mother was making it. We will be eating the Bonellis that's coming out hot, right?
Hot.
Be careful, they like you.
So again, we're gonna try and get every last bit there.
And then the inside too, you turn it around, there's some on the inside.
Like that, Auntie Nanti, or more?
Yes, that.
Okay, so now we're gonna make the batter. We have the flour, and you don't use measuring cup, right? So
No, I have my measuring cup there, but just to help me to pour it instead
it's
of
just for
touching
decoration. Level.
Level.
Level, right?
And I think this is 1 teaspoon, right? Just looking at the amount of doggo that we have here in the bowl, I assume 1 will be enough.
Yeah.
Esta, Manajan. Put it there.
Esta, Manajan.
All right. Now, sugar. Look at me. Just my hand. Not measuring cup, despite the fact I have them here with me, measuring spoon. But I'm just gonna, and I just use it sparingly, not to be very, very sweet. We're so anxious already to eat Bonellis doggo, and this is gonna be my first time this year.
And it's very elastic, huh?
Yes, yeah. And look, as I go along, Chris, when I told you, the one that we miss, I don't put it.
You just
I take
want
it
your
out.
batter to be as smooth as possible,
Yes,
right?
yeah. And still, that was just a few flour that I put in, yeah.
Can I feel, Auntie Nanti?
Okay, like you, yes, your hands
So
are
we
clean.
want to mix like this?
And you feel it in what I'm saying.
Yeah.
See? Hey, you're pro, man. It takes
Practice.
you to do it, right? It takes that. It has to take that feeling of moving it around. Hindi naman naman ko fatty.
It's fatty, yeah.
Yeah, this one has to be wet. Okay. Okay. Now try it.
Here we go.
What's the size, huh? It just comes up. You're too high, huh? This is just trial base.
Trial, right? You can make the real one when I go. All right, Auntie Nati, thank you so much for sharing your recipe. I have new respect. I didn't know it was so hard to make boneless dogu, but it's actually a long process, which makes it even more valuable to pass on. So hopefully the people watching today, seeing you teach me, will learn and carry on this great holiday tradition. And you told me that when you guys are growing up, you eat the boneless dogu when it's hot.
Yes.
And we have here the syrup. Everybody loves the syrup.
Modern.
That's modern, but we got the sugar water here.
Now.
And so I'm going to open this boneless dogu. It's very hot.
Press it down.
Press it down. It's like a sponge in that sugar water.
Got it in that, and then
We're going to just like... Very rare that I'm speechless, but I don't know what to say. This is so good, Auntie Nati.
Let me hold the plate.
We're going to go and just try one more just to make sure,
That's it. Press it down.
Press it down in that
No matter how hot it is, by the time you pick it up,
yep, boom.
It cools off. And you just put it in your mouth and swallow it. Chew it and everything.
That was so good.
One year, right?
Yep.
1 year. Like.
Boneless dogu with Auntie Nati. Merry Christmas. Esta Munazan.
Done, done.
Okay, everybody. Now, normally we would do our Feed Me Friday segment on Friday. See how that all works and everything like that. But because of the shortened week, we're actually giving you a bonus episode. So Chris Barnett and Victorious Falan from The Breeze 93.9, they headed over to King's and they tried the King's Crazy Combos, very, very aptly named. So what did Chris and Vic think about the lunch they have for this bonus episode a day early of Feed Me Friday?
Loved it. We loved the lunch. It was great. Spoiler alert. Come on, it's not like I'm giving you a Spider-Man spoiler. It's Feed Me Fridays again, brought to you by our good friends over at King's. Good morning.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
Like Feed Me Fridays on a Thursday because tomorrow is Christmas Eve, which is a holiday. But you know what? Feed Me Fridays, Feed Me Thursdays. They can feed me any day.
This guy's always ready.
At King's. I stay ready. I train for this, bro. It's
born ready.
It's Happy Holidays, Vic. They got these holiday specials. They're calling it Happy Holidays.
Wow.
And I have Crazy Combo number 2, and you have Crazy
one.
Combo number 1.
Wow.
What's on yours?
Pork belly. You can't go wrong with pork belly. And ham. And what we got here? Kelguin?
Chicken Kelguin.
And then you got some cucumber, pickled cucumber. Ooh. And then can't go wrong with
Fried
tortillas.
tortillas.
Red rice.
Mine, I got the Kelguin, and then I have the pot roast, which is the difference. I've also got the ham and the red rice and the tortillas. And, of course, always got to have your marinated cucumbers and the soy sauce. That's just classic. That makes it festive.
Talk about this Fenadeni, Chris, because I know,
this is the vinegar Fenadeni. I love it.
You're like the Fenadeni expert.
Yeah, if you guys don't like vinegar Fenadeni, what's your problem? No, if you don't like vinegar Fenadeni, you can just put soy sauce in it, and it's good though, right?
I love it.
Put it on that rice.
And I think it's always meant for people, and I think everybody's always put soy sauce on it, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, red rice. Game over?
I love their red rice, bro.
Ooh.
Their red rice is legit.
I'm gonna go for this pork belly, bro.
Go for that pork belly, Vic.
Let's see what that crunches in there. Ooh.
So the meat's crispy, and then you got the fat succulent, right?
Oh yeah.
Melting in your mouth.
Then that nice, real.
You like that part?
Oh hell yeah.
The rindy.
You have to have it, or else it's not pork belly.
Let's go try this pot roast.
Ooh.
This is awesome.
I love how they brought up the spoons and I'm just using my fingers.
You could actually eat this pot roast with a spoon. It's so tender.
Whoa.
I'm so hungry. Wow. I never had King's pot roast.
How is it though?
Whoever made this can get married. It's
today?
It's awesome. Do it. There's also some of the brown gravy on this thing.
Ooh. Add that to the red rice. Ooh, game over. I'm gonna try this. It looks like the pickle.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it's like soy sauce.
Yep, vinegar. I'm gonna try this chicken Kelloggin. I like King's chicken Kelloggin.
Ooh. Yep.
King's Happy Holidays. They got it going on. And Crazy Combo 2 won our Instagram poll. So I'm eating the
Really?
winner, but you know what? I wouldn't mind taking an L and chowing that, man. That looks pretty good, Vic.
It does. The pork belly, the pickle. I'm gonna go for the ham. Is
Yeah,
it because they? Oh no, because
I want to try
so
this.
they went for the pot roast over the pork belly.
Yeah,
Come
so
on.
you can get either the pork belly or the pot roast.
Wow. Really, Guam?
I think people thought it had pot in it.
Okay. Try that ham. I gotta try that ham. It has to be nice, sweet.
It is.
Oh.
That classic ham, a little bit of smoke, a little bit of sweet to counter all the savory that's on this plate.
Not over fried. It's perfect. Or grilled, over grilled, fried, whichever. It's good.
This is awesome.
I'm gonna go for that Kelloggin. King's Kelloggin.
Ooh.
Kelloggin. Ham, pork belly, rev rice.
Christmas came early.
Thank you,
Right?
Kings. Thank you, Kings.
Christmas came early, and so can you. Come on over to King's. Try their crazy combos, Happy Holidays. Combo number 2. Combo number 1. Get them both.
Why not?
You know, it's Christmas.
For the family.
We've got a new year.
Yeah.
There's a pandemic. Treat yourself.
Do it. I think it's way too it's overdue.
It's way overdue, man. It's calling your name, the crazy combo. You know why they call it the crazy combo? It's crazy that you get this much food. Oh my God, what a value. Hey, I want to thank Kings, man. Because they have been there for us.
All year, all pandemic long.
They've been there for our waistline. Vic, it's always good to eat with you.
Thanks, man. It's been a while, bro. It's a bro time.
Yep, this is it. It's a mandate. Yep, this is our own mandate.
Guys, take your own friend to Kings.
That's right.
Eat this. But
Just
don't
make
tell
sure
the wife,
it's-
though.
Yeah, make sure it's cool with your other half first. So come on by. Happy holidays here at Kings. Shout out to our Kings Harmon family. Of course, Kings Tamuning always got it going on. You get any of their great menu specials anytime, 24/7. Kings, feed me Fridays on a Thursday, but like I said, you can feed me on Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Sunday, Saturday, anytime. My name's Chris.
My name's Vic.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays, guys.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Well, I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
As we head into the holiday season, one of my cherished Christmas memories is growing up on Rhoda, spending time with all of my family, aunties and uncles, cousins and friends at a beach, telling jokes, barbecuing, playing volleyball, swimming for hours on end. As we head into the Christmas season, wishing you and your family the merriest of times.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Far away from home, but not from our hearts. The following special season's greetings from our troops overseas and around the world for you at home.
Happy holidays, Guam. We'll see you all next year.
These special season's greetings from our troops are brought to you locally by the station bringing families together, KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful, they're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app.
Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Afagay Tauto Guam. This is Lucy Joseph Blossom family wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas!
Off a day. My name is Michelle Kennedy Perez here at GTA. I'm the Community Relations Manager. This Giving Tuesday, up until the end of the year, we are supporting 5 local nonprofit organizations to include Erica's House, Make-A-Wish Foundation, Special Olympics, Guam Animals in Need, and Rainbows for All Children. Donate $5 and GTA will match it this year. Also get a chance to win an iPhone 13 on us every single week. Visit our stores for more information, and Happy Giving Tuesday, everybody!
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam. Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
We wish you a Irish Christmas. We wish you a Irish Christmas. We
Day 916 on The Link. Good morning, morning.
And that's how we wish you a
916 Pacific Point, Cabo Enterprises, ITN and Jack in the Box. This is The Link. The eve of Christmas Eve. We're off tomorrow. Yep. A little Christmas present 3-day weekend. Hey, I'm going to play this episode here. It's a little classic throwback from the Malfunction show. And I kind of break down the Belen and the Novena with Polly Eric Forbes. And you got it right here on The Link. It's 917. Coming up, we have more Christmas, more holiday. We're going in with Vivace, JFK's choir, about their Christmas performance. They did a great song called Text Me Merry Christmas. Yep. You don't even have to text me Merry Christmas. You can do the emojis. That's fine. I get it. It's modern day hieroglyphics. 917. The meaning behind the Belen and the Novena right here on The Link. Good morning, Guam, and everywhere else.
Well, it obviously started in Spanish times. The word Belen is actually Spanish for Bethlehem. In the Chamorro house, the Belen was the central focus of Christmas, not the Christmas tree.
When you saw the sketch, it's just very few. Okay, it's like just skeleton part of it. But then the details are the ones that makes it more alive and prettier to look at. But I always try to make it nicer each year.
Our Belens were very simple. Many times a family could only just put the lumud and maybe a little house. Everything was from nature, nothing from a store, except for the niño, which they probably got from the priest who managed to get some and would, sell them. Or maybe some merchants would go to Manila and pick up a few niños and bring them back for sale. But some families couldn't even have a niño, so maybe they didn't even have a Belen. But those who could would have a Belen, as simple as it was, focusing on the niño, and then gradually over time adding more statues, whether they matched or not, And growing up, the niño sometimes didn't have all 10 fingers. But what could you do? We didn't have that many stores in the old days.
Every year, your Belen is like one of the biggest, if not the biggest I've ever seen. Do you ever have a year where you say to yourself, like, oh, Buster, let's just make a small...
No. The only time I did that was when we had a typhoon that hit the island. I think that's 1962, Typhoon Karen. And I couldn't set up a big one, so I just did a very simple one with St. Joseph's, it's in Jesus, and Santa Maria. My mother had taught me how to say the Novena in Chamorro. And at the middle of the Novena, my mother was, I would say a word, Mom, and my mother would say it to me, and then I said it. And my children and like my brother who was there would be giggling on the background because I stopped the Novena because I want to find out the meaning of that particular Chamorro word.
For the traditional Chamorro Catholic, Christmas is about Christ and it's about the Mass. So it's about Christ, the Niño, the Novena to prepare for Christmas, and then the midnight Mass on Christmas Eve. That was the focus.
So what about Auntie Nancy? I mean, she's closing in on 60 years. I mean, that's a milestone, you know what I mean, to display that kind of devotion for, that long.
Natty is one of many who still retain this attachment to Christmas and doing it the old-fashioned way, keeping that focus on Christ in Christmas. It's a custom that we begin the novena with Si Jose and Si Maria.
Si Jose and Si Maria.
O Zeus na Pellegrino, O pilgrim God, because Jesus is still in our Blessed Mother's womb and they're traveling like pilgrims. And they're looking for hospitality and they're not getting it. So the song says, come to us because we will receive you. And there's even a verse in that song that says, other people may slam the door on you, but the Chamorros will never do that.
How many people in Guam have an Auntie Mary and an Uncle Joe?
And their kid is Jesus.
The one that I know is that Si Jose and Si Maria. How is the old one different?
Si Jose and Si Maria. Estai no man masapir. O Deus na Pellegrino, sugumagi gizami. See, on the old melody of the Si Jose and Si Maria, you can, if you understand Chamorro, and even if you don't understand, you can see the feeling of saying the name of Jesus, the name of Mary, and the name of Joseph, as compared to Si Jose and Si Maria, Estai Gwen, Kalambot Suning, and cowboy song. You just have dignity. Of course, when I'm in a hurry, because I have to go someplace, I sing the fast one. Dispensao Pali.
Nagwinay Zadzon, the beauty of the Christ child. Nagwinay Zadzon and nonapot gun sen mamis moh gun zantikantin. What a beautiful child, very sweet, peaceful. And some people chuckle when they hear zantikantin. Because kantin for the younger speakers kind of means a naughty person, but the root meaning of kantin is moving. It's related to the word kalantin, which means to move. So he's still.
Naigui na jajun eno na podgun sen mamis morgun janti kante ufaju osu isabadotu jani pastotu gijabilen Jani pastotu gijabilen Ipad gonjus hamamakilu Kalan kinilu Gisaganya Gilijan gaga Senti umugu Sagos manyungun zamannya Sagos manyungun zamannya Naigui na jazun eno na podgun Sen mamis mogun janti kanten Ufaju osu isabadotu Jani pastotu gijabilen Jani pastotu gijabilen
Viva el Niño Jesús!
Viva!
Viva el Niño Jesús!
Viva!
Viva el Niño Jesús!
Viva!
Viva!
That's my wish for Christmas, that my sister will get well.
So you got to see your sister all the way from California. How did that make you feel this holiday season?
Okay, I see my sister
Brother.
and brother long time.
All of you out there, see your family and celebrate Christmas. Thank you.
Adios.
Stuff there, man. It's throwback to the Malfunction show. That was the Belen and the Nobena featuring Antinanti Calvo, Gotney Heights, and Polly-Eric Forbes.
Very nice job.
Good stuff there. Merry Christmas, guys.
Man, the Malfunction show was so beloved.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that.
Really, that was classic time in like KUM TV right there. And I know, these days there's no such thing as appointment viewing anymore. Like they said, it's like, I'll just catch it on demand, or it's live streaming somewhere. Somebody's gonna share it with me. That is the last show that we did when I remember when people would be like, okay, I have to be home at 7:30 because there's a new episode of Malfunctions, and it's almost like the Howard Stern effect. And again, I say that with immense respect for you. Half the people that love you say, I can't wait to see what he says next. Half the people that get upset are because I can't wait to see what he says next.
I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
I'm just a little teddy bear. Jay, a lot of people are hurting this holiday season. I know it's packed out there. The people are Christmas shopping, but maybe some of them are spending money they shouldn't be spending. In deep with the bills, behind on the rent, maybe late on the utilities. Maybe the utilities, they got the disconnection notice. Jay, so is there a program, an opportunity for any people who have been financially impacted by the pandemic to get help with their rent and utilities?
Absolutely. The Emergency Rent Assistance Program, as we've been saying, it's a program administered by the Department of Administration. And if you want to find out anything about it, you can check out doa.guam.gov. On the web, check it out on your phone. Their FAQ, the frequently asked questions section, very, very chock full of almost any kind of situation, predicament, consequence that you can think of and everything. But if you have a very specific type of concern or question, everything, you can always give them a call, and their number is 671-438. 638, sorry, 4518
or 4519, or you can email them at era@doa.guam.gov. It's 9:27. Quick break, and we're back with Vivace from JFK and Jason Solis right here on The Link. Good morning.
This is
The Nobena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass Live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Hoffa. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Hagåtña every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Hello everyone, I'm Nestor LeConte with the KUAM News. Any Christmas that you can spend with your family is a special memory and blessing, and I hope that you can spend this Christmas with yours. So from my family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Stay safe, everyone.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Merry
everybody, welcome back to The Link on the day before Christmas. Like, see what we did there? All right, and we wish you and yours a very festive holiday season. And as such, we gave you guys a little sneak peek of a immensely talented group of singers. You know, they've got the gift. This is, of course, the Vivace Choir from John F. Kennedy High School. A program that's been going on for a very long time now. Voices that come together to make a singular noise. Really, really wonderful. And we're going to bring on some of the officers of the choir. And for our Cover Me segment for today, we're going to show you the music video for Text Me Merry Christmas first, and then we're going to talk to the hearts, the minds, and the voices behind Vivace. So here is Text Me Merry Christmas.
This holiday you'll be far away, and I'll be all alone. So please remember this December to fully charge your phone and text me Merry Christmas. Let me know you care. Just a word or two, a text from you will remind me you're still there. You don't have to add much to it. One smiley face will do. Baby, text me Merry Christmas, 'cause I'm missing kissing you.
Text me Merry Christmas, make my holiday complete. Though you're far from me, say you'll be ugly. That's a text I'll never delete. Choose just the right emoji, one that makes me LOL. And if you text me something crazy, I promise I won't tell. Shh,
I don't care if you spell things right. I just wanna hear from you tonight.
Stroke those keys with your delicate touch. It's like those little words that mean so much.
Hi, Leica.
Hey, Ivan.
How are you?
Okay.
Miss you.
Miss you too.
Christmas sucks without you.
I know. LOL.
Love you.
Love you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
A Facebook message isn't quite as sweet. I need more like you than just a tweet.
A snap on Snapchat doesn't last, and a voicemail that's from Christmas past. Text me Merry Christmas, send a selfie too. If you do, I'll go neath the mistletoe and pretend my screen is you. Show me that you love me, text XO to kiss and hug me. I'll be right here waiting for my pets to start vibrating. Baby, text me Merry Christmas, and I will text you too. This Christmas, it's the least that we can do. Merry Christmas!
Islander Pride. JFK is in the house, and of course, that's Cover Me. You guys brought to you by Burger King. Give the gift of taste with BK gift certificates available in $20 books, and the BK Italian Original Chicken Sandwich is back, available for a limited time only. You know what the deal is. It's a long sandwich. It's got a breaded piece of chicken. It's got marinara sauce, and it's got cheese. It is absolutely delicious, so make sure to check that out. Also, thank you to Docomo for sponsoring Cover Me. And now, the voices behind Vivace, the ones that actually, I mean, anybody can sing a song, or I should say very few people can sing a song. It takes immense talent, people who really work well together to really bring the song to life, and that is what the Vivace Choir did with Text Me Merry Christmas. And so we have several of the officers right here. Now, the funny thing about it, too, is we've got the president, Monica Cosico, in the Zoom room. So, Monica, you were actually lip-syncing your part, and I think that's the mark of a true musician, because you were following along and you were singing your part. So, Hafide, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you for having us today.
And also, Elijah Santos is here. Elijah, also one of the officers. Elijah, you were singing this thing from beginning to end.
Yes, I was.
Okay, how many times have you actually had to sing this song? You know, maybe, and how many takes did it take you guys before that? How many sets of videos that went into that final cut?
I'd say before all the recordings happened, we probably practiced this piece for like 5 or 6 times, or even more than that, actually. But when we started recording, all those clips that were in the final cut, I think amassed to about like 20 more or even more. We had a lot of people take videos and co-direct for our advisor, Ms. Sablon. It was a very hard thing to do, but we managed to pull through. Yeah.
And thank you for giving me a shout out, because Aileen Sablon, congratulations. That was a fantastic music video. I know she edited it herself, or she led the editing process, and she was messaging me and she's like, can I please get 2 more hours? Can I please get 3 more hours? Trust me, it's going to be good. But you guys gave an amazing Christmas present to everybody worldwide who's watching this. The historian of Vivace is Miss Karina Castillo. So Karina, Hafaday.
Hi.
So as someone whose job it is to kind of like, chronicle the legacy that Vivace has, because by no means this is a new group. This is actually the choir has been around for a while now at JFK. So what do you guys think is the current iteration of the choir to, the tradition that you continue, and what do you think as far as you guys making your own mark?
Well, in order for me to to document everything, I usually take pictures using my personal, and I upload it into our folder, and I hope that the younger generations or the new Vivace will be able to see us grow. Mm-hmm. And a tradition that we usually do is the tree lighting, which, in class that we usually do.
Very cool. Okay, so Emily Gumbar is the secretary of Vivace. So Emily, happy holidays to you and welcome to the show. Mm-hmm. Oops, I think you're muted, Emily. Are you? Or? There you go. Okay, we got you. Okay, technical issue on my side, but you're good here. How did you guys actually, was it Miss Sablon who actually picked this song, or did you guys kind of like, collaborate and, kind of put your ideas together and come up with the song?
So she actually chose it for us to sing, and we're fortunate enough to be together and record it. We were together and we learned the song with her, and then we went off on our own with the notes that she gave us, and we recorded our own personal audios, but then thankfully we were able to make the video together in class. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, and you guys can, please just unmute yourselves as you see fit, right? But, everybody jump in for this next question, because, when you work in a choir or, like an athletic team, or, like here on the show where we're doing, like a live broadcast and everything, you feed off of, your teammates, and you kind of like have chemistry with everybody. How weird was it after singing with each other and, like knowing when everybody's cues are and what parts you have to play and the different vocal ranges that you have to be responsible for? And then with this other thing, you just had to record yourself completely by yourself in your room. Was that better, or was it more challenging?
It was really more challenging, because as a choir, we're like used, being around each other, and then also like kind of like relying on each other. But, we usually like have our music sheet with us when we're like recording our audio, so that really helps. And then Mrs. Sablon also provide us like audio recordings of like our voice parts with like the accompaniment to make sure that we're like on track and everything, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like getting the timing and the sync together. I mean, that's crazy. So, Elijah, did you nail it like in your first take when you were recording yourself by yourself, or did you have to say like,
Oh
like,
no,
can everybody
I did not
please be
nail
quiet?
it.
I'm recording in here, please. I'm not doing Instagram story. This is for school. Okay. Was it like that?
It was definitely challenging, and the first take was terrible. I had to retake it over and over again. I probably took like about 100 takes for Text Me Merry Christmas and another piece, Oh Holy Night. But on that question that you gave us, I definitely agree with Monica. It is difficult, and it's just so different, so wildly different actually, to record on your own without your choir by your side, and just not seeing those people that you care about and that you love to make music with by your side while you're recording. It's just ultimately really challenging. And that's what maybe contributed to the fact that I had to take multiple takes. But I'm still glad that I was able to come up with one perfect take.
Hey, well,
Well,
you
maybe
nailed
not
it, bro.
perfect, but yeah.
And you know what? And
Thank you.
that's why you take like all those blooper takes and everything. That's what you can put on Snapchat. You can send that to your friends.
True.
So, and then Emily and Karina, you know, since Elijah brought it up that you guys also did Text Me Merry Christmas and Oh Holy Night, I would probably say that way more people are going to be familiar with Oh Holy Night, and the songs probably couldn't be more different, right? Because Text Me Merry Christmas, it's very upbeat. The registers seem to be like you guys were singing like a lot higher. Oh Holy Night, that's a hard song to pull off. It's very slow. You know, the timing is very specific and everything. So kind of tell me about some of the differences in trying to get like both of those songs like pitch perfect.
So we actually also were fortunate enough to perform these songs for Miss Sablon's beginning choir classes. And I feel like it was, I mean, recording the audio was not that difficult because she gave us a lot of notes that we could use, but performing in front of an audience was a lot more difficult because, you know, like you said, the energies really differ from A Holy Night and Text Me Merry Christmas. So it was like 7 a.m., but we really had to bring that energy out. So yeah.
Getting the pipes ready at 7 is that's no joke.
In terms of like getting like the pitch perfect, she helped us with providing accompaniments and as well as using class time in order to practice together as a group so that we're able to get it down.
And how many members does Vivace have right now?
I believe we have like 22 members.
Okay. Yeah, Monica, could you come a little bit closer to the mic? Oh, sorry.
22 members. Sorry.
Oh, 22. Okay. Okay, and what part, like going forward, you know, past the holiday season, heading into the spring, like, you know, what will you guys be working on as far as different arrangements and numbers that you guys might be doing?
Currently, we don't have any songs prepared yet for spring, but we will soon be starting that as soon as we get back after Christmas break. But I sure hope that, you know, the rest of you guys will, you know, wait for it because I'm pretty sure it's just going to be as good as Text Me Merry Christmas and the videos we're doing now. And I promise we're going to do like, you know, we're going to keep improving in terms of like editing our videos and then like audio wise. Yeah, just please wait for our next upcoming performances.
Okay, and then, so now since you guys are, and you guys are on our show now, so technically we'll call you guys professional musicians, right? You guys are absolutely like next level legit, right? Who are some of the, you know, some of the singers or the musicians and artists that inspire you guys? You know, are you guys like Team Ariana? Are you guys like, you know?
For me, two of my you know, biggest inspirations for songwriting and also singing and musicianship in general is Taylor Swift and this other artist called Mitski. You see, Taylor Swift, everyone knows her, right? But
right on.
She came out with two incredible records just this year, and which were re-recordings of her past works called Fearless and Red. And those albums, you know, just living through those albums through my childhood, it brings a lot of nostalgia to just hear them again with a newer voice and just to hear her sing those same songs again from like 2012, 2009. It was really incredible and it was so inspiring for me as a musician. And this other artist, Mitski, I discovered her during quarantine. And, you know, she writes these incredibly meaningful lyrics. A lot of people attribute them to like depression, but I feel like she's just really exposing her emotions with such catharsis and, you know, being unapologetic about how she feels. And she really expresses those feelings through her music, which is also what inspires me as a musician and a singer as well. Because, you know, what use is singing if we don't add emotion to it or we don't, you know, really mean what we sing.
Exactly.
And that's also something that we try to practice in our choir. You know, different songs have different ways of feeling them. So we also, in addition to Oh Holy Night and Text Me Merry Christmas, we also recorded Driver's License. And of course, we wouldn't sing Driver's License.
You guys jam on some Olivia Rodrigo, huh?
Yes.
Nice.
We jam to her music as well. But just, those 3 songs, Driver's License, Text Me Merry Christmas, and Oh Holy Night, they're also, different songs. And we have to practice, especially when performing for the beginning choir, we have to practice getting into the feeling of each song. And it's always a different feeling.
Okay, now I'm pretty sure Elijah's not the only Swiftie in the room. Anybody else of you guys big Taylor Swift fans? Okay. How about Doja Cat maybe, or Megan Thee Stallion? No, there you go. Yeah, I would love to see your guys' Spotify playlist and everything. You guys would probably have a really cool hot mix. Okay, so what would you guys maybe since you guys are talking to your peers right now, there's a lot of people because of course all the kids are off for Christmas break. If people are watching this and even younger kids are wow, I like music, but I've always wanted to try to sing. I don't know if I can ever really do it. I don't know if I'm that good. What would you what words of wisdom can you say to them about tapping into that creative side and just taking a risk and just saying just do it, because it's this amazing feeling of expression.
I'd say for those younger children who are aspiring to be musicians or singers, you can teach yourself. You don't need to buy voice lessons or anything. Or, as for me, my journey with playing the piano is mostly self-taught, actually. But I also didn't just rely on YouTube videos or, just teaching myself. I also took advantage of music classes that were being offered at my school. I went to Mount Carmel, so we had music classes and different chances to play live. So
also,
if
were you in the Phoenix band too?
Yes, I was.
Very
Phoenix
cool.
Stars band. But yes, if you have opportunities in your school, being part of a band club, or if there's a choir available, try to audition, take advantage of those opportunities, and just know that a lot of your experience will stem from playing live, because as a musician, that's, what we're meant to do. It's not just studio recordings and everything, so that's my advice to the younger generation. And just, believe in yourself. If you have that passion, it will go a long way.
Very wise words, Elijah. Yeah, if you perform live and you see the crowd singing back the words that you're singing to them, that's a rush like no other in the world, man.
Definitely. It's
best.
really...
Now, ladies, would you agree?
Such a joyful thing.
Okay, so we'll wrap up and everything, and if you guys can just maybe just unmute, and maybe do you guys want to give any shout outs, or just say Christmas wishes to anybody that might be watching, your classmates, family members? If you guys want to shout out to Olivia Rodrigo if she's watching right now, and just say hey.
Shout out to Olivia Rodrigo, I guess, and thank you, Miss Savon, for those performances that you edited for us. We really love you, and we appreciate you so much.
All right, and are all you guys seniors?
Yes, we are.
You guys are okay.
Yes.
You guys are finishing your senior year strong, man. Okay, Emily, you got any shout outs you want to give before we go?
Blonde for all the hard work she put into this, but also to the rest of our Vivace family, the choir. This wouldn't be possible without them either. So yeah.
All right. Okay, Madam President, Monica, you have any thoughts?
Yes, and I would also like to say thank you for all of the support from our families and friends, and even the alumni of JFK, who's always been continuously cheering on us for this year. We're really grateful. We're so grateful for all of your support.
All right, and then Karina, we'd like to give you the last word about what Vivace has meant to you.
Vivace means a lot because Auntie was previously in it, and she has inspired me to self, because I really love to sing, and the opportunity to meet new people and just be able to share this passion with everyone else. And I really appreciate Mrs. Savon and of course the Vivace family and everyone who has contributed to helping us be able to share our music with everyone.
All right, good
Right
job.
on. Yeah, awesome. Be cool, stay in school.
That's JFK, guys. Green and gold, man. All the way.
Geckos!
Well, geckos.
Sorry. I had to.
He's
I
always
had
got to throw
I'm
GW up.
sorry. It's in me. I have to.
Okay, so thank you very much, guys. Thank you for sharing your talent and your passion and everything like that. You guys truly have the gift, and we wish you, your classmates, your Vivace family and everything like that, everybody at JFK and your families, safe and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays.
Right on. Vivace, JFK Islanders,
Hi,
9:53
guys.
on the link.
Those are talented kids, man.
Yeah, awesome. It's Christmas Eve.
And Olivia Rodrigo, if you are watching right now, you got some big fans on Guam, and you also got some competition. So your Vivace's coming for you.
Quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link. Next, good morning.
Hey, Jack. Uh-huh.
Half a day. I'm Rear Admiral Nicholson, and on behalf of my family and I, let me take a moment to wish our friends and community partners in Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of Palau the happiest of holidays. This is my first Christmas in Micronesia, and I'm so grateful to everyone I've had the pleasure of meeting over the past few months. Additionally, I am personally grateful for the opportunity to serve our country from the Indo-Pacific region. This year, as a community, we have overcome a number of major challenges, and we've made a tremendous amount of progress in the fight against COVID-19. It is absolutely essential that we take the time to recognize our frontline workers for all of their continued dedication. I also encourage everyone to do their part and get vaccinated so we can look forward to more holidays spent with our loved ones in the future. Additionally, my heartfelt thanks goes out to all of our service members and civilian employees who are doing the job of defending the region each and every day. Those of you standing duty on Christmas Day or New Year's Eve or any other holiday, thank you for keeping watch over the rest of us. From my family to yours, we wish you a safe and enjoyable holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #InstaGuam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Happy holidays!
Merry Christmas. Jay, did you have a Christmas message for anybody out there?
Just please be safe, everybody. Be good to one another. Realize what a blessing we have living on this wonderful island, and watch The Matrix because it comes out tonight.
There you go. Is that your Christmas present to yourself? I know some families, they make a tradition out of going to the movies. So if you are planning to do that,
the Christmas movie release is a thing.
Our friends at Tango Theaters, guys, and you could win tickets all the time to the great movies at Tango on our KUAM social media properties. Jay, are you Googling what? So everyone's talking about Spider-Man No Way Home.
Spider-Man's out. Matrix is out.
Matrix is out.
Yeah.
There's also a Christmas movie out.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, Jay, totally, man. Should have prepped for that, bro.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, there's the new Kingsman movie. Have you seen any of those?
Not the Kingsman.
Yeah, there's Sing 2 is out. So go check a movie if you guys want to do that.
West Side Story's out again. We've been talking about that, guys.
Yeah, you've been talking about that. I guess Merry Christmas. I don't want to say be safe. I don't want to lead with be safe. I'm tired of hearing it. I think we're safe already, guys, right? I mean, people who listen to the link, you guys know what you got to do. I don't want to sit here, be safe, be safe. You know what? Have fun. Have a Merry Christmas. Spend time with your family. Eat a lot of food. Okay? Eat a lot of food because, in about a week, we're all going to be on that New Year, New Me thing. So you might as well just gun it for the rest of this year. And don't forget the reason for the season. So from my family to yours, Merry Christmas on you. All right. This has been another episode of The Link here, the Christmas Eve edition of the show. We're off tomorrow, and we'll get back at you Monday. So have a great Christmas holiday weekend. For Joe, sir, Jason.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Right on. Merry Christmas. Viva Feliz Pascua. Viva el Niño Jesus.
Viva.
Right on. Jay, I like your Viva, bro. Viva.
Viva.
Ooh, yeah. Say it with your chest, bro.
Viva.
Oh, wow.
Now, of course, I'm self-conscious. Now.
Stick that bird chest out, bro. Hey, Merry Christmas, guys. We're out. KUAM TV, it's been great. God bless you.
Eat, drink, and repeat at Hilton's Islander Terrace for the best of